Good evening and welcome to the Canton Planning Commission for June the 7th on our Zoom platform. And as always, we love to begin, even on Zoom, with saying the Pledge of Allegiance. And for those of you who do not have a flag handy, I'm going to put mine in my screen and you can pledge to that flag. I pledge allegiance
to the
flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Awesome. Okay. All right. Let's see who is here. Commissioner Zuber, will you call the roll, please?
Sure. Commissioner Charia.
Yes.
Commissioner Eggenberg. Oh, where are you calling?
Canton Township, Wayne County.
Thank you. Commissioner Eggenberger.
Yes, Canton Township, Wayne County, Michigan.
Commissioner Engel. You have to unmute yourself.
I'm sorry. Craig Engel, Canton Township, Wayne County, Michigan.
Thank you. Commissioner Foster. Oh, you have to unmute yourself, please.
Sorry, I thought I did that. So I'm here from Canton Township, Wayne County.
Thank you. And Commissioner Okan.
Here, Canton Township, Wayne County, Michigan.
Commissioner Singh.
Yes, here from Canton, Wayne County, Michigan.
Thank you. Commissioner Weber.
President, Canton Township, Wayne County, Michigan.
Thank you. Commissioner Zuber here from Canton Township, Wayne County, Michigan, and Chairman Green.
Here, Canton Township, Wayne County, Michigan. And of course, we have our community planner, Patrick Sloan. Is Eric with us tonight too?
No, he won't be with us this evening.
He won't be with us tonight? Okay. All right. So, all right. And of course, thank you to the audience that is here as well. I know it's kind of difficult doing it by Zoom, but we're all getting accustomed to that, I'm sure, by now. Let us proceed. We last met on May 3rd. So there were meetings associated with that, or minutes associated with that meeting. Do I hear a motion to approve those minutes from May 3rd?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion to approve the May 3rd minutes by Commissioner Zuber and support by Commissioner Weber. Oh, wait a minute. Boy, I'm still slipping there. Commissioner Zuber, would you call the vote on that, please?
Sure. And when we actually get to meet in person, you know, you're going to start asking me to
yeah, the opposite way. Yep.
Yeah. Commissioner Acharya?
Yes.
Commissioner Eggenberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Engel?
Here. Yes.
Commissioner Foster?
Yes.
Commissioner Okan? I was reading lips.
Nope.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Commissioner Singh?
Yes.
Commissioner Weber?
Yes.
Commissioner Zuber, yes, and Chairman Green.
That's a yes. Okay, so we have an agenda tonight, a healthy one, of 6 items. Are there any late additions, Patrick, from staff to the agenda?
No changes to the agenda proposed.
All right, and from the commission, anything that needs to be added, do you think? None? Hearing none? All right, do I hear a motion to accept the agenda as it is printed and stated?
So moved.
Support.
All right, we've got a motion to accept tonight's agenda by Commissioner Zuber and support by Commissioner Foster. Commissioner Zuber, would you call the vote on that, please?
Sure. Commissioner Acharya?
Yes.
Commissioner Eggenberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Engel?
Yes.
Commissioner Foster?
Yes.
Commissioner Okan?
Yes.
Commissioner Singh?
Yes.
Commissioner Weber?
Yes.
Commissioner Zuber, yes, and Chairman Green.
Yes. All right, moving right into our first agenda item tonight. It is a public hearing. It is for the JS3 Investments LLC, where we're considering rezoning property which is located east of Haggerty Road between Ford Road and Cherry Hill. Patrick, could you give us more detail on this project?
Sure. The applicant proposes to rezone a single parcel located east of Haggerty Road between Ford Road and Cherry Hill Road from a C4 interchange service district to a C3 regional commercial district. Currently on the site, there's a vacant structure. The structure on the site used to be a restaurant and a parking lot, and since then the restaurant has been vacant and the site is pretty run down. The applicant states in their application that they propose to do a retail establishment, and in the C4 district, standalone retail establishments are not permitted unless they're part of a larger shopping center. The C4 district is an intense interchange service district that typically there's gas stations, restaurants, large shopping centers. The site is about 1.71 acres, and the proposal is to rezone to C3 because the C3 ironically has more permitted uses. So if someone wanted to do a standalone retail store, they could do that in the C3 district, whereas the C4 district requires it to be part of a shopping center. So in essence, the applicant proposes to downzone the property. In the zoning ordinance, the review considerations for rezoning are in 27.06 D4, and there's several standards that apply to rezoning. I'll go through a few of the standards. First is the compliance with the master plan, and the master plan classifies the site as a general commercial, which can apply to both a C3 and C4 district. So that C3 zoning would be consistent with the master plan. In looking at the comprehensive plan, the policy for general commercial calls for regional and highway oriented types of commercial uses, which is consistent with the location of the site. The conditions since the zoning ordinance was adopted, the C4 district doesn't include standalone retail uses that are envisioned for the site. So the C4 parcels, if they don't develop as an intense shopping centers or gas stations or similar types of intense uses, then they're hard to develop unless they're developed intensely for uses like that. The amendment doesn't result in any kind of exclusionary zoning. It doesn't set an inappropriate precedent. It doesn't promote spot zoning. There is a C3 district that is west of Haggerty across the road, so it would not result in an isolated C3 zone parcel. And the site being 1.71 acres could comply with the C3 zoning regulations of the ordinance in terms of setbacks and locations. The site is also served by an adequate road system and adequate utilities. And it's consistent with generally the land development trends in the area. So with that, our recommendation is to recommend approval of the request to rezone the parcel from C4 to C3. And finally, this is also in the central business district overlay. So the district overlay would it would include those uses as well.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. In the narrative here, it says proposes to put the property to retail and storage use. Is that storage like in storage locker type of use?
A storage locker like that, or something like a mini warehouse.
I mean, that's the intent?
Well, if it's a mini warehouse, mini warehouses are only allowed in industrial districts. So a mini warehouse would not be allowed in a commercial district. What it would have to be is storage accessory to a retail. So if they have some storage that's ancillary to a permitted retail use, they could do that.
Okay, well, we have storage across Haggerty from there. So that's why I was wondering if this was going to be a similar type of venture for them in their intent. And that's not an industrial area.
No, I'm not sure if that use predates the zoning.
It probably does. I think that's been there for quite some time. Okay, I just wanted to know that. Okay, so we are, this is a public hearing. So we need to open the public hearing, and then Patrick, is the owner present on Zoom in the audience?
Yeah, there are two attendees with their hands up. One is the owner, another is his representative, so I will.
All right.
All
right, before we get to that, let's open the public hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I move to open the public hearing.
Second.
All right, we got a motion to open the public hearing by Commissioner Zuber and support by Commissioner Weber. Commissioner Zuber, would you call the vote to open the public hearing?
Sure. Commissioner Ataria,
Yes.
Commissioner Eggenberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Engel,
Yes.
Commissioner Foster,
Yes.
Commissioner Okan,
Yes.
Commissioner Singh,
Yes.
Commissioner Weber,
Yes.
Commissioner Zuber, yes, and Chairman Green.
Yes, so the public hearing is hereby open at 7:16. So can you put the owner, property owner on now? Would you like to do that? I'd like to hear from the owner.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Sito has been promoted and is able to talk.
All right,
Hello, can you hear me?
you can. Good evening and welcome.
Good evening. My name is Imad Siro from JS3 Investments, and I'm one of the owners for this property, which we purchased it a year ago before COVID. And we plan on putting a hotel, Hilton brand there. We paid for the approvals for the license and then after COVID, I think plans changed. We're not able to obtain a bank loan, which we are still willing to do this project if we can obtain a loan on it. But what we noticed that there was a lot of demand, and like we listed this for kind of sale or mostly also rent, just to feel the market. And we got a lot of feedback that for supermarkets or retail areas, which we are interested to do ourselves. And that's why when, we were exploring the options, we thought that rezoning to C3 will give us more flexibility to decide what is the best to fit in that area that will integrate with the surroundings of that property.
Did you say that you're putting a hotel in?
We planned on, yes. That was the original plan, as we discussed with Mr. Sloan before.
Okay, all right. Okay, Patrick, you said there were a couple of other hands up that you can see?
Yeah, Andy Andre, I believe, is a representative of the owner. I don't know if he had his hand raised. I'm not sure if he has any.
Patrick, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay,
we can hear you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Andy Andre, Avanti Development Group, 330 Enterprise Court, Bloomfield Hills, Michigan. I think Patrick did a really good job at summarizing the zoning for the current zoning in that C4 and some of the challenges that are going along and what you're seeing on a current basis, as well as what's being projected, I think, into the future as retail continues to morph and change on a very high-paced basis. The C4 zoning is an intensive use that is restrictive. And when we look at this parcel in particular, there's C3 zoning that is in and around and surrounds the property across the street down to the south. And really at a 1.71 acre, I think the C3 zoning is more appropriate. It gives the uses that are probably more in line with, while still close to the interchange, it's more of an Haggerty access, obviously. And the C3 zoning offers those same uses, those less intensive uses, probably in a better setting than the C4. So we feel that the C3 is an appropriate zoning based on the surrounding properties, everything that he had talked about in his letter, and also what retail looks like now and probably will in the future as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, all right. And you said someone else had their hand up, Patrick?
There's a gentleman by the name of Bob Mack. I don't know if that's a public hearing, public comment, or the applicant, but I can allow Mr. Mack to speak here. Okay.
Hello.
Hi, Bob. Can you take yourself off mute, please?
Hello,
Hello, welcome.
how are you? I think my question's already been asked with regards to the storage portion.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm not sure I got a clear answer, but I think the question's been asked. There's a storage facility across the street.
Right.
Would this rezoning allow for a indoor storage facility?
Patrick, would you want to answer that?
Sure. I don't think it would. And looking at the table of land uses here, the proposed or not proposed, but the use there that's talked about in terms of storage is commonly referred to as a mini warehouse. Mini warehouses are special land uses in light industrial and permitted land uses in general industrial. So something like that would not be a C3 use.
Well, you know, Patrick, when you mention the word storage in any type of zoning, it almost becomes a given at that point. So if you're going to rezone on a C3 and allow storage, I mean, it opens the door to different uses.
Patrick, is the term that's used in your letter as retail and storage, is that out of the zoning ordinance or is that in the applicant's application?
I think it was in the application itself.
So if that's the case, then can the applicant expand on what they're referring to by storage?
This is Andy. Can you still hear me, Patrick?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I can explain that. Yeah, so we wouldn't be proposing anything that's not a permitted or special use within the C3 zoning. It wouldn't be outside of that. It'd be ancillary to the uses that are permitted within the district. So it's nothing outside of that.
Okay. Mr. Mack, does that answer your question?
No, because C3, and then there's ordinance that speaks to outdoor storage. So it's going to either be outdoor storage, indoor storage, or no storage at all.
Yeah. In terms
Is there a definition in that section of the zoning ordinance of what is meant by storage?
Well, storage in general, first off, with storage in general, that may be a use that's envisioned by the applicant, but the applicant can't propose one zoning or one land use in the zoning. The zoning rezoning application would allow for all the uses in the district, not just one.
That's right.
So storage, if storage comes in a number of different forms in the zoning ordinance. If it's a storage in the C3, typically it's an indoor storage where there might be a retail and they have a storage room. Sometimes it's outdoor storage, like if there's a garden center and they have an outdoor storage of plant material and landscaping material, then that would be considered like an open air business. So a garden center, for example, is a special land use in the C3 district, which means that if someone proposed that, they would have to apply for a special land use and come for a public hearing for that particular use.
So in any case, we're talking indoor storage, but not storage units like those across the street.
Correct.
Okay, does that answer it for you, Mr. Mack?
It clarifies things, and I just want it to be fair for the applicant, because that way he knows going in what he can and can't do.
Well, yeah, as Mr. Andre stated, they're not planning on doing anything outside of the zoning permissions. So I think
Well,
that
no,
was-
but it's like anything else. When you offer a property for lease and he said he wanted to test the market, you get a lot of inquiries.
Right.
And if
Is-
somebody says, oh, they
Okay.
want to, build something with outdoor storage, well, if it's already permitted and just to clarify things, that's all. Just
Okay.
asking the question to clarify things.
Mr. Chairman,
I
real
don't-
quick,
I
this is Andy Andre again.
Yes.
This is just as a reminder too, is anything that's proposed would have to come before the planning commission for a site plan anyways.
Absolutely.
And so,
Absolutely.
while it's nice to talk about use at this point, we're more or less talking about the zoning of the property and the overall
Right.
kind of a larger picture of it. And anything would come back to the planning commission. Thank you.
I agree. Yeah, thank you so much for that. Patrick, was there any other hands up, hands raised?
Yeah, there's someone by the name of Karen in the audience. So Karen has her hand raised. I will allow her to talk.
Okay.
Hi, I'm not sure if I'm the one or not.
Well, good evening.
Hi, I'm a little confused. This is the first time I've done this and this is all new to me. But when I heard the gentleman, one of the developers talking, he said something about hotel. And then I'm hearing retail and I'm hearing storage. What do they want to do with this property? What exactly?
Ma'am, could you state your name and address for the record?
Sure, Karen Crott, 42250 Greenwood Drive, 48187.
Thank you.
Okay, perhaps Mr. Suto would want to reiterate what he said initially.
Yes.
Or Patrick, if you'd like to summarize.
Yes, this is Imad. So at this point, I think it looks like our main focus will be on retail and most likely will be a supermarket. And if we can fit another small retails, and that's what we've been finding through the marketing. I think the other options about storage was just, I don't know, just one of the things we read is allowed, but I don't think that's going to go that. It's going to be mostly retail, I believe.
Okay.
believe-
The other
Yeah.
thing is
Yeah.
Ford and Haggerty has the highest accidents of any place in Michigan. And I know they're going to do the boulevard, but already the traffic there is horrendous. This is going to be another problem. What do you
Well-
propose to do about that?
Okay, was that question for the landowner or for the commission?
I'm sure it's
Commission.
probably the commission because I doubt the landowner has any thing to do with that.
Well, we are dealing with two governmental entities, Wayne County on the Haggerty Road end of things, and Ford Road is under the dictates of MDOT. So this is something that they would have to get involved in terms of that. That's why the MDOT planned boulevarding of Ford Road is going on. As you know, these kinds of things really get fixed after they're needed, right?
True.
They don't get fixed ahead of time because it's just the way it is. So
I've lived in Canton since 1980, so I'm very well
there
aware.
you go. So you've seen the progressions.
If
So
you want to
there's-
call it progression.
The commission has little to do with those kinds of things. We can invoke some traffic planning in terms of the project physicality and driveways, curb cuts and extra laneage and stuff like that. But that's about it. And that's after the recommendation of experts that would see that as a need. But we're not at that point. We are merely rezoning considerations tonight, and the rest of it would come in a more site plan review type of scenario.
I hear you, but that's kind of like closing the barn door after the horse is out.
I'm afraid that's the way it's always been.
That doesn't mean it's right.
No, but there's not, I have not heard of a solution to that cart before the horse type of scenario. So we have to deal with what we have.
Maybe it's time we do start thinking that way. Same with what you guys want to do up there at Ford and Lilly, which is by where I live, and putting hotels there. Again, you've got a major
Can we clarify? That's not what we want to do. That's something that's been put before us to
It's a proposal.
review it, and it's not what we want to do.
It's a proposal. It's not,
But,
we're
but
not
you
putting them there.
you guys have the final say on approval.
No, we do not.
No.
The trustees do.
Also, we're not talking about that yet. We're not on that public hearing.
I
Exactly.
understand, but it's gonna be the same type of thing. Those two corners are high accidents.
Okay, but right now we're reviewing this one. And did you have any further comments or questions on that? Your first one is well noted.
Nope, no more. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Patrick, any more comments from the audience?
Yes, we have a Gina Giannuzzi in the audience that has her hand raised. So I will allow her to talk. Before that comment, I just wanted to note that traffic study is typically not something that is done with a rezoning like this, where we're downzoning a piece of property from a C4 to a C3. It's already an intense commercial district. So to rezone it from an interchange service to a general commercial district, we typically don't require a traffic study. However, if there's a land use proposal and they have something that's on the table for a site plan or a special land use, the township may require a traffic study depending on its evaluation of the traffic on the adjacent roads at that time. So Gina Giannuzzi has the permissions to speak. So you can go ahead with your public comment, please.
Hello.
Hey, welcome.
My name is Gina Giannuzzi. I live at 6733 Brookshire Drive in Canton. And I have a question for Mr. Sito. I think it may be relevant to the discussion about the proposed hotels on Lilly and Ford. The fact that he said that his studies found that it would be better for him to do retail in that corridor than hotels. And I'm wondering if, what he found might be relevant. I'm a commercial realtor and I'm a residential realtor. And I think it would be nice to know, since we're going to be getting into a discussion about a hotel just a little bit further down the road near residential areas.
Yeah, unfortunately, this isn't that kind of a forum where all the avenues are, expressed all throughout. This one has to deal with this particular site and this particular project.
So then my question for Mr. Sito would be, Mr. Sito, what was it that you found that caused you to change your mind from putting a hotel in the area that you initially wanted to do?
Well, really, we own other hotels in Michigan, and we noticed that after COVID, the hotel occupancies went down. So that's something the banks are so far not willing to any loans, and the occupancies are not in the rates that used to be before. So we don't think that adding more hotels to the market would do any good to anyone.
What is it you found? Did you do any specific studies of the area as far as how profitable or how needed hotels are in that area?
Yes, I'll have our engineer Andy Andre answer to that. He has better information. Andy, please, if you don't.
Sure. Yeah, I'd be happy to do that. So as part of any evaluation when it comes to hotels is usually a preliminary market study that's done, and that's early on. One of the things that's a little bit of a challenge here, obviously, as Imad had mentioned, was the industry in itself. It's one of those things that was hit very hard by the pandemic. And so it also, when looking at hotels now, you used to see over the past several years, hotels popping up in just about every location, every corner, every area. And really that had to do with the latent demand that was created coming out of the recession. Well, that's exhausted itself. And so hotels are also looking, the hotel brands themselves are looking at more premium prime locations and being a little bit more selective in that. And so while we feel that Ahmad's background and my background in developing the hotels is a great thing, this particular use for this area, for this property in particular, is a little bit more structured towards a retail use. And that's why we're asking for the rezoning from the C4 to C3 to offer that flexibility in the retail use. And as I mentioned before, and I want to reiterate to maybe everybody that's hearing, we're not asking for a use right now. We're not talking about, hey, we want this use approved as retail. We're asking for a rezoning from one commercial district to another commercial district. And any use, land use, as Patrick had mentioned, would have to come back to the Planning Commission. So while we're happy to discuss these things, there's really no commitment on that other than we would be proposing something that's permitted within that C3 zoning.
I have one more question for you, Mr. Andre. Was part of what you did in your research to decide to no longer pursue a hotel, did it have anything to do with the fact that there are so many hotels in the area already?
All of that is taken into consideration when the market research is done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments, Ms. Giannuzzi. Okay, any other comments from the audience, Patrick?
No, there are no hands raised.
All
Mr.
right.
Chairman, I move to close the public hearing.
Support.
All right, I have a motion from Commissioner Zuber to close the public hearing and support by Commissioner Foster. Commissioner Zuber, would you call the vote on that, please?
Sure. Commissioner Acharya,
Yes.
Commissioner Eggenberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Engel,
Yes.
Commissioner Foster,
Yes.
Commissioner Okan,
Yes.
Commissioner Singh,
Yes.
Commissioner Weber,
Yes.
Commissioner Zuber, yes, and Chairman Green.
Yes. All right, the public hearing is closed as of 7:36. Now I'm going to go to the commission. Bear with me. There's no particular order here except how I see you on the screen. So I'm going to start with you, Commissioner Acharya.
I have no comments. Thank you.
Commissioner Okan,
I am good, thank you.
Commissioner Zuber,
I support this.
Commissioner Weber,
I don't have any further comments. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioner Eggenberger,
I don't have any problems with this. Thank you.
Commissioner Engel,
I'm all set, thanks.
Commissioner Foster.
I don't have any questions related to this project. I do just want to make a quick comment that a lot of times I think that these are good opportunities to educate the public and the folks who are paying attention to planning commission meetings for the first time on the processes that we go through and what we are and are not legally allowed to consider when making these decisions. So I just wanted to make that point, but I don't have any questions about this project. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Singh.
No questions. All good.
Okay, and I have no questions either. I am okay with this change.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to recommend approval of the request to rezone parcel number 71-050-99-0009-003 from C4 interchange service central business district overlay to C3 regional commercial central business district overlay for the reasons stated in the staff report.
Do I hear support? All right, we've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Zuber and support by Commissioner Foster. Commissioner Zuber, would you call the vote on that?
Sure. Commissioner Acharya,
Yes.
Commissioner Eggenberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Engel, Commissioner Foster,
Yes.
Commissioner Okan,
Yes.
Commissioner Singh,
Yes.
Commissioner Weber,
Yes.
Commissioner Zuber, yes, and Chairman Green.
That's a yes. And so this is going to go to the trustees. And while I might add that to the audience out there, that we are a recommending body, the Planning Commission, for almost everything that we do. So these types of issues don't end with us. We go through a review process, but then so do the trustees. You, as the public, are invited to contact the trustees at the appropriate time for this project when it gets to them. And Patrick, when might that be?
The next available meeting of the township board will be probably June 22nd. Because this is a zoning ordinance amendment, there's 2 readings of the township board, so there will be 2 upcoming meetings where this will go.
Okay, all right. So moving right along, we have another public hearing before us. It is at the Residence Inn and Hilton Garden Inn, where we're considering a preliminary PDD for this property, which is located north of Ford Road and west of Lily Road. And Patrick, before you get into your discussion on what's proposed here, you might want to give the audience kind of like a real quick snapshot of what a PDD is all about.
Sure. A PDD is a plan development district, and it is an optional way for property to be developed outside of the regular zoning requirements. So, for example, sometimes there's a PDD where houses can be clustered closer together and more open space proposed and preserved. PDDs can also be used to allow for mixed land uses that may not be allowed in conventional zoning, where you may have residential districts and commercial districts, but a PD does allow for options for mixed uses. And it can also allow for certain modifications to dimensional standards of the zoning ordinance itself. And rather than go through the regular appeals process through the Zoning Board of Appeals, where somebody might seek a variance, the plan development process is a way for, instead of a variance, for an applicant to propose what's called a modification. And when they propose a modification, they have to state so on the application and in the materials, so that they're upfront about exactly those standards in the zoning ordinance that they are seeking to modify. Another element of a plan development district is that they have to include what are called definite benefits. And the definite benefits are defined in the zoning ordinance. There are several options for definite benefits, but 2 that typically stand out are, first, the architectural quality of the buildings proposed. That is typically considered as something that can be a definite benefit for a plan development or a PD. Another type of definite benefit is open space. In a planned development, the minimum amount of open space is 25%. And a definite benefit can be not just the quantity of open space beyond 25%, but also the quality of the open space that's being preserved. There are also a number of other types of definite benefits that are available in section 27.04 of the zoning ordinance. And so it's not a matter necessarily of having the modifications that are requested by the applicant exactly commensurate with the definite benefits, but it's to look at the modifications and the definite benefits in the greater context of the project and ask ourselves if what's being proposed is something that's better than allowed under conventional zoning. And so when we look at a plan development, oftentimes we focus on what are the modifications and what are those definite benefits proposed. But we also look at things like land use, we look at the underlying zoning, and we look at the placement of elements on site. Because with a plan development, there's also a plan development plan that's required. So the plan that's in front of the Planning Commission this evening is proposed by an applicant or by the applicant. Finally, with a plan development, this is what's called a major plan development because the number of units proposed. In a major plan development, there are 3 different processes that we proceed through. The first is preliminary plan development review. That's the stage that we're at right now. And there's a public hearing required. So we're having the public hearing at the preliminary. So this is the first meeting where the Planning Commission will be reviewing this plan development plan. Prior to this evening, the Planning Commission hasn't reviewed the plan material because we're in the preliminary stage. The second step of the process is final plan development. And the third step of the process is actual site plan review. Finally, in a plan development, as Chairman Green noted earlier, the Planning Commission this evening is a recommending body. At every step of the way, the Planning Commission will make a recommendation and the Township Board will make a final decision on whether or not to approve a plan development. So if there are, Mr. Chairman, if there are any follow-up questions or from anyone else on the commission regarding plan developments, I'm happy to take any questions before starting the intro on this.
Okay, well, that's an invitation. Anyone have any questions for Patrick on that?
Chairman Green, may I
Yes.
ask a question?
Yes.
I saw this thread in a number of the emails that we received, so I just wanted to give you a chance to bring it up because I know it's something that came up when we evaluated car washes that we approved or that we recommended approval for a few weeks ago. Is the Planning Commission or the Township Board of Trustees allowed to deny something because there are already a number of those type of businesses in the area without having an oversaturation study?
One of the criteria in a plan development is market feasibility of a type of development. And
Market demand.
yeah, so there has to be market demand for the proposal, for the use and that type of development. And as we get into the proposed development, there were 2 market studies that were conducted, one for each of the 2 hotels proposed that the applicant submitted as part of their application.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else from the commission have any questions on PDDs? All right, then this is a public hearing, so we do need to open the public hearing. And is the project representative available?
Mr. Chairman, doesn't Mr. Sloan have to do his review?
Oh, that's right. We didn't. Thank you, Commissioner Weber. I was skipping right by that. Commissioner or Patrick Sloan, would you do the review on this project?
Sure, thank you. The applicant proposes to construct 2 hotels on the subject property. They're both proposed to be 4-story hotels. The site is located on the west side of Lily Road, north of Ford Road. And the 2 hotels will have a total of 229 rooms. The proposed Residence Inn will have 111, and the proposed Hilton Garden is proposed to have 118. There are 2 driveways at Lily Road that are proposed for the site. There is also a reciprocal access agreement proposed for the property to the south for north-south access between the proposed hotels and the commercial center to the south. The site consists of 3 parcels that are currently zoned C2 and C3, and they're located in the Central Business District overlay, also known as the CBD overlay. The CBD overlay states that any use in the C3 district will also be a permitted or special land use in the C2 district. So with the C2 and C3 property, they're eligible to apply for a hotel use because they're in the CBD overlay. Hotels are special land uses in the C3 district. So all 3 parcels are eligible for the proposal for the request this evening. Each plan development is required to demonstrate definite benefits to the community. While the project sponsor notes several benefits in the application materials, the following definite benefits are the most consistent with section 27.04 of the zoning ordinance. The first is the architectural design of the buildings, and the buildings exceed the minimum requirement for 50% masonry on the buildings. The site maintains over 25% open space. The The project sponsor proposes to install 12 electric vehicle charging parking spaces, at least half of which are available to non-guest vehicles. The applicant proposes to preserve natural features on the west side of the site near the adjacent residential neighborhood. I think there is about a distance of 195 feet from the western lot line to the parking lot where there's preserved heavily wooded area as well as additional landscaping. The additional definite benefits are that the applicant proposes to allow local nonprofit and neighborhood association groups free use of the conference and meeting rooms with prior reservation. And finally, the applicant is proposing a voluntary contribution to the township for use as the township determines for improvements along or near Ford Road. The proposal from the applicant is $20,000. Now that one in particular, that's something the township did not ask for. That's something the township did not negotiate. Typically, it's up to the applicant to propose a definite benefit. And this particular definite benefit they propose for the township's use for improvements in the area, especially as noted with any upcoming improvements to Ford Road. But in terms of the proposed $20,000, it's not really something that is one of those tangible definite benefits that's seen in the ordinance. Usually those benefits are related to development on the site, preservation of natural features. So it is noted in here in the report, but it is something that is unilaterally proposed by the applicant, not something that was negotiated or asked for from the township. The next part of it is the schedule of modifications. With the plan development district, the applicant proposes modifications to the zoning ordinance. And those proposed modifications are as follows. First, the applicant proposes a maximum building height of 4 stories. In the central business district overlay, the maximum story height is 3 stories. The maximum building height of 50 feet is maintained. 50 feet is the maximum building height in the central business district. And so that height overall is maintained, but they propose to go from 3 stories to 4 stories. The maximum number of stories in the central business district overlay is 3 stories. There is some additional architectural height on top of the building of 11.33 feet. Because these are architectural features, those are permitted by the ordinance if there are enhanced setbacks, which are proposed. So the architectural features themselves are not modifications, but they are included here just to indicate that there are architectural features that exceed 50 feet and they have increased setbacks along the lot lines to account for those. And that's allowed by a separate section of the ordinance that doesn't require a modification or a variance. The second proposed modification is the maximum driveway spacing distance. There's 230 feet minimum required between driveways, and they propose a separation distance of 224 feet. So even though it's a 6-foot difference, it is a modification nevertheless. And it's something that the central business district overlay allows the planning commission discretion to modify. The third proposed modification is the minimum number of loading spaces. They propose 2 loading spaces instead of the 11 required by the zoning ordinance. Fewer loading spaces for a use like this is usually not out of the question. The floor area pushes the number of required loading spaces up, where in actuality, 1 loading space per building is usually sufficient. The fourth proposed modification is the parking in the front yard. Parking in the CBD is prohibited in a front yard area, but the planning commission may modify that requirement. And that requirement has frequently been modified for many developments along Ford Road and elsewhere in the central business district overlay. And the fifth and final modification proposed is the width of the minimum access drive. The proposal is to allow a 26-foot minimum access drive to be permitted in lieu of any requirement for a greater width. Sometimes the ordinance calls for 30 feet, but 26 feet is typically okay for delivery vehicles, emergency services vehicles, and things of that nature. The next item that I'll get into is the traffic impact. As I previously stated, the site will be accessed by 2 driveways at Lily Road and a reciprocal cross-access drive to the commercial center to the south. The project sponsor has submitted a traffic impact study, which has also been reviewed by Canton Township's transportation engineering consultant. The impact study is dated July 15th, 2020, and it has a supplement date of March 27th, 2021. The township's transportation engineering consultant is Wade Trim, and Wade Trim has prepared a letter dated January 15th of 2021. Wade Trim's traffic engineering consultant states that the traffic impact study by the applicant was prepared according to standard procedures and guidelines required by the township. And the township's traffic engineering consultant had recommended approval of the proposed development based on the traffic study, subject to the applicant considering using the separate left and right turn lanes at the 2 driveways connecting to Lily Road. The next item in our report addresses market analysis. The applicant's market analysis was prepared by Cushman and Wakefield, and it looks like it was July of 2020 when that analysis was published. And the market analysis indicates that both hotels are economically feasible at this location based on the conclusion in those analyses. For the sidewalks and pedestrian access, the required sidewalks will be included along the frontage of Lily Road, and there are 2 sidewalk connections connecting Lily Road to the hotels, as well as internal sidewalks. As previously stated, the hotels consist of more than 50% masonry, with the remaining materials including a mix of glazing and windows, metal panel, and ethos. For the landscaping and natural features, the proposal is designed to comply, but a landscape plan is not required at the time of plan development review. Landscape plan is typically required at site plan review. But there will be requirements for frontage landscaping, parking lot landscaping, and a number of other requirements. And on the west side of the site, the applicant is proposing to preserve a wooded area. And on a previous version of the plan, the applicant had proposed a stormwater pond in the western area and would have required removal of that dense wooded area. They've since modified the plan to put the stormwater system underground and preserve the wooded area on the west side of the site. The next item is parking. The number of parking spaces required by the zoning ordinance is 239 spaces, and there are 239 spaces proposed. Based on our observations in the district and similar uses, as well as the parking generation manual published by the Institute of Transportation Engineers, a lower parking threshold could be justified. 239 spaces do meet the requirements of the ordinance, but if the applicant were to reduce the number of parking spaces, that could be justified based on studies of parking spaces throughout the corridor. And finally, the plan development agreement is consistent with the township's template agreement. The township attorney has reviewed the agreement. Some minor modifications are required, which we recommend making prior to any township board action on the preliminary PDD. The PD agreement, it's basically a legal document. It's fairly boilerplate language. The real meaningful things of the plan take place within the plan itself. So based on the standards of the ordinance, our recommendation in our review letter that was sent last week was a recommendation of approval of the preliminary plan development district, subject to modifications to the plan development agreement pursuant to comments from the township attorney, as well as compliance with the Article 5A of the zoning ordinance with regard to tree preservation and the recommendations of the township's traffic engineering consultant regarding the driveway width. Since our report was issued, we've received a number of public comments that have been emailed to staff, and we forwarded those comments on to planning commissioners. By my count, I think we've received 31 emails prior to this evening's meeting, and I think we've forwarded all of them. It's a lot of information to digest. There are a lot of comments, and there may be some new information that's raised in those emails as well as during the public hearing this evening. Many of the comments touch upon some of the subject matter that we're discussing, but some of it is in addition to that. So collectively, with the materials that have been submitted, as well as the analysis of staff, the traffic engineer, and public comment, that will inform and guide the Planning Commission's decisions and recommendations going forward. The next step would be for the Planning Commission to hold the public hearing, and then the Planning Commission again will be making a recommendation to the board, so there won't be a final action by the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission will just be a recommending body. So that concludes my report, and I'll be happy to take any questions from the Planning Commission.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. We do need to open the public hearing. I don't think we've done that yet, have we?
We've not.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Is it appropriate for us to ask a question right now, Mr. Sloan, before you open the public hearing?
Yeah, go ahead. We already did. We talked about PDDs, so go ahead.
Well, and this is a specific item regarding the feasibility study that was submitted by the petitioner. I know it says it's dated as of July 23rd, 2020, but when you get into the body of the report, it says the study is based upon market conditions observed as the date of our market analysis on March 1st, 2019. So over a full year before the report was actually generated. I just want to make sure we're looking at correct data here. I don't know if that's a typo or if that was the intent or what it is, but and obviously in that period of time, a lot happened in the world that could affect that. I just wanted to point that out.
Okay. Any comments on that, Patrick?
Yes. Yeah, if the dates are in fact correct, and I have no reason to think that they're not correct, and ultimately the applicant can reply to that inquiry. That is a valid question in terms of data taken before COVID and then used later in terms of you're using old data pre-pandemic. I'll use a different example for the traffic study. For example, during the pandemic, it made traffic studies very difficult to do, not just for this project, but any project that we've been working with applicants on. And so they've had to use some historical data, and they've had to make some calculations based on adding percentages and how COVID may impact traffic, not just during the time of the analysis, but perhaps going forward. So traffic engineers have been evolving and responding to try to get the best analysis. And I use traffic engineers as an example because we review a lot of traffic studies. We don't often get a lot of market studies except for larger projects. So it is a good question in terms of how old the data is, and if there would be any changes to the market study based on COVID, and whether that would change the outcome of the market demand as stated in the ordinance.
Commissioner Zuber had a question.
Yeah, Patrick, is it possible or legal for us to turn off the chat feature in this webinar? It's very distracting. And this is a public hearing, so it's very distracting for us to see chats coming in from members of the audience commenting on what we're talking about. And it's a public hearing, so everything really should be said out loud during the public hearing. I see that somebody just said, it's public voice, please read it. Well, you have your opportunity to speak during the public hearing, which we have not yet opened.
Commissioner Acharya.
And I can tell you how to do that, Patrick, if you need help.
Yeah. In terms of the information and the data put together in this package, there's a chart which depicts the Canton Township population, and I thought it was very confusing because it shows the population dropping from 110,000 to something like 22,000 in 2025, and I really don't seem to understand the logic of the population drop and where they got the information from, or how they're predicting the drop in population.
Yeah, that would be a question for the applicant in terms of why they did that.
Okay. Anyone else? Before we
Mr.
open
Chairman,
up-
since we obviously have a lot of people who want to speak tonight, and just reading the chat and all that sort of thing, and the comments that came in email, people are obviously very passionate about this. Do we need to remind the audience of the rules on the public hearing and how long they have to speak and such, so that we don't get off topic?
That's a good point, good suggestion. We're going to do that. And I would also remind the audience to stay away. I know it's hard because many of you have the similar points of view, but let's avoid the redundancy. We don't need to hear the same objection 30 times if it has been stated a couple of times. So please be considerate. And to Commissioner Zuber's comment, I do concur to an extent. I don't want to cut off anyone's ability to speak, but the chat can sometimes be a very demeaning use. There was a comment made by one of the audience participants in terms of one of the commissioner's demeanor, which I find very offensive. We are all doing a job up here, and we're volunteers per se, and I don't think that kind of comment is warranted from the participants in the audience. So just please be respectful on both sides. So with that said, I think we do need to open the public hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I move to open the public hearing.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion to open the public hearing by Commissioner Zuber and support by Commissioner Weber. Commissioner Zuber, would you call the vote on that, please?
Sure. Commissioner Acharya?
Yes.
Commissioner Eggenberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Engel? You said yes, I'm sorry. Commissioner Foster?
Yes.
Commissioner Okan?
Yes.
Commissioner Singh?
Yes.
Commissioner Weber?
Yes.
Commissioner Zuber, yes, and Chairman Green.
Yes, and so the public hearing is open at 8:06. Let us begin, Patrick. Let's start with the audience. We want to hear some feedback. Again, people, keep it short. Let's talk like maybe what, 90 seconds, 2 minutes.
Do we want to give the project sponsor a chance to say anything?
That would be advisable. The project representative in the audience tonight, Patrick?
Yes. Mr. Brian Amen is a representative of the applicants.
Okay, let's let him add to what you have stated.
Good evening. Thank you, Patrick.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the Planning Commission. I'll be brief. With me, I have, if we have particular questions, Susan Bowers is here as part of the architect team. We have Mitchell Harvey as the engineer, and then the owner's representative is Chris Abbo, works with the owner directly, can talk in more particular about some information on the market study. Let me just briefly highlight that, thank you, Patrick, for an in-depth explanation of the project. Let me just try to, for the sake of everybody's time, try to bottom line where a lot of this, we started meeting with the neighbors around this site almost 3 years ago, almost a year before the COVID stuff all started, and started that process of going through what they would like to see in terms of this use of the site. And we discussed with them the hard but surprising issues about the nature of the potential uses that could be on this site versus hotels, and how we could best, if we were to go forward with hotels, how we could best accommodate their desires and their needs in terms of physically locating everything as far away from them as possible. And we ended up with setbacks that are 11 times what they could have been. And we ended up with uses that I know we're going to hear a lot of concerns about traffic, and we're going to hear concerns about activities. But the fact is, as it relates to the underlying zoning of C2 and C3, you heard this other applicant tonight who talked about maybe the desire to have a Hilton hotel deal. Well, the reason he didn't have a deal there is because Hilton very much, they want to put their top end hotel on this site along with the Residence Inn from Marriott, their best brand hotel as well. And so that's why he wasn't able to get Hilton to consider his site. But more importantly, when they looked at the requirements of the site and how it was being set up to be sensitive to people's concerns, the fact is a hotel use like this is the quietest possible use of this type of a zoned area. And, the fact is there could be restaurants and stores and things that could operate from, 8 in the morning till late at night or whatever, people coming and going nonstop. And the traffic study supports that. In fact, these hotel uses are non-rush hour uses. They have a limited arrival, limited departure, and are very quiet as it relates not only to the traffic, but also as it relates to just the use on the site. And so we've designed the site in a way to keep the buildings as far away from the residents and also leave the natural features in place and we're planning to still add buffering to that. So we're looking to add some value there. We also, I know there's a question about the market study, and Chris Abbo will be able to address that in a little bit, but I can assure you that as we've been moving forward in the process, we've been keeping in very close contact with the brands, and they are talking about putting their top hotels, the Residence Inn and the Hilton Gardens here, and they are very much interested in pursuing. So, and what they are seeing post-COVID actually is causing greater concern. The Township of Canton, despite I've heard people say that, well, we have a lot of hotels in town already. The fact is that when you look at the market studies, we are effectively under hotel in Canton. The hotel users are 60% people who have been traveling on business who are returning to travel now. And 40% of the use are people who are visiting people in the Canton area, sometimes just for visiting family, but a lot of times things like the soccer tournaments that we have and IKEA and other draws that we have here. So that demand is coming back stronger than ever. As a result of that, both Marriott and Hilton have stayed very close to this and desirous of trying to move this project forward. We've also worked very hard to make sure that in terms of, I know Patrick referenced the issue of parking spots as to whether we could potentially reduce spots. We're certainly open to a conversation, but we have since added the 12 electrical vehicle spots, charging half of which would be for non-guests, because we understand as we move more into electric vehicles, there's going to be a demand for people just to be able to charge them while they're doing something else. And we believe that this will essentially make a big difference as it relates to them. I think Patrick referenced the elevations you've seen, the conceptual elevations we have. These are the high-end brands of that, and they wanted higher-end elevations. So that essentially was not a challenge for this site. It would be an improvement over the site. Even though while we're really running into is, as you ran into the earlier zoning, we are still going at a height of 50 feet of the building, which is allowed under the ordinance. We're just wanting to do 4 stories within it as opposed to 3. And that's just an element that it's kind of an outdated element of the central business district overlay. And I know the township's been looking at updating that because of its other features that have been kind of outdated for it as well. I will tell you that we've been working hard in terms of trying to make sure that not only we've designed a project that is acceptable, we've also read the comments from the township traffic engineer as to the drive directions and egress. We're absolutely happy to do that to match that comment and make sure we solve that issue. But this is the kind of thing, I know some on this planning commission have been talking to me for years about trying to get a seafood restaurant in town. And as much as I work with a lot of potential users, one of the things they look at is whether we have the higher end hotels. And so this is part of the piece of that puzzle that shows that we have the kinds of brands of hotels where they show that these brands, other brands want to be around. And while there are some people who are going to suggest that having hotels there just seems to be out of character, the fact is we've heard the concerns about Haggerty and Ford and I-275 and Ford. And that's why even your earlier action on the downzoning, I think is a great thing, because the more we can actually get some of the more intensity away from Haggerty and move it away. But this is really, as it relates to a commercial parcel of property, the least intense thing you can do. And the fact is, I don't have to say, imagine or it's theory. Look at the corner of Sheldon and Ford, where there are 2 senior towers. There are 6 stories, not 4, 6 stories. And there's out in front Mexican Fiesta. If you look at the difference between those 2 uses of the impacts they have, not only in the intersection and the traffic, but on the neighbors, this is a great picture for what this site, if it were developed as restaurants and stores, the impact of this site would be significant in terms of traffic and all kinds of activities. By doing these two hotels, the way we physically planned it, have designed them away from the site, in a way, it's the potential best outcome to have the quietest potential commercial use on this commercially zoned piece of property. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll wrap it up and we'll be prepared to answer any questions that either the Planning Commission or any residents may have. And I would just ask that you direct the questions to me and I'll make sure we get the appropriate person to answer from our team.
Okay, thank you very much for that response. So what we're going to do is, Patrick, let's. I don't know how many hands you have raised there. I'm sure it's a lot, but we need to get through and hear from people. So what do you suggest? You just want to take them one at a time and, you know, put the stopwatch on them?
Yeah, are there any particular rules for the length of comment?
Well,
I think the rules state that they have 3 minutes.
I think it's 90 seconds in terms of how we publish the public hearing. I mean, we've never like put the stopwatch to people, but I think it does state 90 seconds for commenting.
3 minutes, it says.
It says 3 minutes?
Yep.
Okay, all right. I'll go along with that.
3 minutes for an individual, 5 minutes if there's a representative speaking for a group.
Okay, maybe I'm thinking of 90 minutes for the entire session. Okay,
Yep.
All right. Let us proceed, Patrick, and pick your first
Okay.
commenter.
I'll just go top of the list. I'll go from top to bottom. I hope I don't mispronounce the name too bad. Sarab Thakur, you are up and able to talk.
Please make sure they state their name and address when they speak.
Hi, this is Saurabh Thakur. Can you hear me?
Barely. It's very faint to me.
Hello, is it any better?
No.
Can't hear you.
I guess you can move on to another one. I just wanted to say that I'm not really keen on this development project, and I just wanted to register my objection for that.
Okay, thank you very much. Just at the tail end there, you did come in a lot louder, so.
Oh, okay, okay.
Don't forget your name and address for the record.
Yes, name and address, please.
This is Saurabh Thakur. I live in 5860 Branch Drive. This is the neighborhood right besides the new development.
Okay.
And one of out of many concerns, one of the major concerns would be the privacy and safety of the neighborhood with the traffic and everybody moving into this new development. And also the other concern was the analysis, the traffic analysis and the business analysis seems to be done during a really unusual time. So those data need to be re-evaluated before a decision is made.
Okay, thank you very much. The next one, Patrick.
Next one is Gina Iannuzzi. Okay, Gina, you're up.
Gina, you're welcome.
Hello, thank you. I'm Gina Giannuzzi, 6733 Brookshire Drive, Canton. I would like to ask the Planning Commission to reject the PDD modification proposed by Residence Inn and Hilton Inn. We have too many hotels in there. We have 7. And we may have, like soccer outings that are, every year. But the thing is these hotels are going to change the character of our residential area. It's going to attract transitory interstate travelers and draw potential crime and traffickers to the area. It will have an effect on our property values and it will have an effect on our traffic, and it is too tall. I really hope that you will reconsider this. As Mr. Thakur said, that study is dated and it's pre-COVID. And I'm sure, I would like to see a study done to see what is the occupancy rate of the 7 hotels that we have here. A new study.
Okay. Thank you very much for your comment. Patrick?
Next up, we have Ashwini Kumar Ganguly.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Welcome. Yes.
Hi, myself, Ashwini Kumar Ganguly. I live in 5928 Braymore Drive, 48187. And my concern is on the traffic and the safety. And like my wife just had an accident on Ford and Lily Road 2 weeks back, broken her hand. And we are already living through that pain now. And by approving this, we are going to add a more traffic as well as the security point of view. I can visualize almost 4-story or 50 feet tall building. Somebody can see from that window to my house directly. And I don't feel comfortable if that building is coming here. From security point of view, we have a kid here and a lot of traffickers, God knows who is coming. And it feels like a little bit less safe. So I request you all to please reject this request and do not approve for going forward for this.
Thank you for your comments, and I hope your wife heals well. I'm glad you're okay. I'm sorry for your accident. Okay, Patrick, next.
Next is Aziz Lokendwala.
If you've already spoken, could you just put your hand back down?
Good afternoon. I am Aziz Lokendwala. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I have a similar concern that we already have 7 hotels, and on top of that, now we have Airbnb, which offers space to the travelers or the business travelers, and we will add more traffic. We will have security issues for our subdivision. Our property values can go down. So why we need 2 more hotels? We already have 7 hotels. So I request you guys to reject this proposal from the developers to preserve the safety of our subdivision and the residents in the area. I'm at 5944 Braymore Drive, Willowbrook Village subdivision.
All right, thank you very much for your comments. Patrick?
Okay, next up is Lou Yanuzzi.
There you go. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you got some echo though.
That's because my dear wife, Gina, who has spoken twice, is sitting next to me. So, Mr. Aman is still on to answer some of the questions that he talked about.
I believe he is.
Okay.
What's your question?
So,
first of all, what's your address? What's your address? I know.
6733 Brookshire, Canton 48187. Lived in Northeast Canton since 2003.
All right.
So the comment was made that there was reaching out to the 6 or 7 neighborhoods that surround the area, and of course, our neighborhood, Pickwick Village, is around 400 feet away. When did he reach out to us, or when did they reach out to us? I don't remember any reaching out.
Mr. Amon, would you care to answer that question?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. We had a series of meetings with the residents who are within the 300-foot area, but it was primarily those neighborhoods and associations that were north and west of this site and we had meetings actually in the township lower level, and there are several meetings, and we began those meetings in late 2018.
Whoa.
Please turn your mute on, Mr. G.
Okay,
Yeah,
so you didn't reach out to our neighborhood, which is 450 feet away.
I'm not sure. Is your neighborhood south of Ford Road or where's your
Our neighborhood is directly east and northeast of these proposed 2 5-story hotels.
So you are behind the shopping center then on the east side of Lily Road?
Yeah, we're directly behind Dunham's. So
yeah, then you're certainly beyond the distance of where we would have reached out. We, typically we try to make sure we deal with those residents who are going to be most significantly impacted by the proximity of the project. And so we did not reach out to Pickwick at the time. We worked through the planning office and the neighborhood association stuff to reach to the residents in the area, particularly north and west.
So there's been people here from Willowbrook. You reached out to Willowbrook, and
we had meetings with
they seem to be completely blindsided. But anyway, and 4 stories of 50 feet. That's what, 12 feet a story. Is that right? That's doable.
Yeah, we are currently allowed to go 50 feet under the ordinance and have the architectural features of 11 feet on top of it. But the central business district overlay portion of the ordinance restricts everything to 3 stories. So we're simply asking to do 4 stories within that 50 feet. Theoretically, we could do the building of the exact same height and design and have a 2-story atrium and rooms on the first floor and waste the entire space or whatever. But that's not what we're requesting. It's an anomaly that's in the central business district overlay that I think the township will probably look at over time, as that other elements of that overlay are a little bit, they're running into those in a lot of other places. So, yeah.
Okay, well, I just want to say, I know that we all only have 3 minutes. Obviously, this needs to be delayed, if not 30, 60, 90 days. Some of us who live 420 feet away, just found out that we may have 2 4-story hotels, on our back windows. And I just wanted to say that, you talked about seniors who live in a permanent residence, and that's, our treasure in our community. And I just think that's far different than people coming and going, and yet 2 more hotels. I mean, there's already 7. And I've lived in Canton, like I said, since 2003. And my wife's lived in Western Wayne since the 70s. And it's just really a way in. The address on the place would be Lily. Is that correct?
I presume so. We do not have Ford frontage, so it would be a Lily Road address. That's correct.
Okay, so then we're really talking about 2 Lily Road hotels. And you discussed what type of road would lead to Ford?
I'm not sure I discussed a road leading to Ford. I think Patrick Sloan described that there would be a reciprocal easement agreement to allow the township to allow efficiency in moving from one commercial site to another, encourages and actually requires that adjacent sites where possible do reciprocal easement agreements so that you don't have to go out on the Ford Road to go to the project, to the building, or to the use next door to you. So we would have a reciprocal easement agreement with the uses out on Ford Road. But I'll point out to you that the property we're dealing with is actually deeper than what we're taking, and it's been zoned commercial long before you ever bought the property you're in now.
Okay, and I just wanted to say, I'm also asking, has this land been perked in that there's any type of wetlands that would be disturbed? Because I know it was a farm, and sometimes farmland.
Yeah, and so perking, when someone, let me just help. Normally when someone asks if land's perked, is if you're going to operate a septic system on the site. We're not going to do that. But as it relates to the question about wetlands, we have part of the township requirement is detailed delineation of any potential wetlands or any special kind of character plants. Of course, we've done that, and we'll continue to do that throughout the process. Yeah.
Are there any wetlands on the property?
I'm not aware of any. If there are, they're unregulated. There would be, small spots here or there, but I'm not aware of any. But I can, Patrick, if we could pull up Mitch Harvey, the engineer, he would certainly be able to answer with some greater detail. The question is, normally, are there regulated wetlands on the site? And that is the legal definition as to whether it's something we have to mitigate or address. we have changed the site to make sure that we're not going into the treed area to the west as opposed to putting a pond in there. But Patrick, if you could pull him up, he can answer the question about any wetlands on site.
Thanks, Brian. Mitchell Harvey with Stonefield Engineering, 607 Shelby Street. Specifically on the wetlands, we do not find any on the survey when we went out and surveyed the site. And then additionally, I'm looking at it's the Eagle wetland mapper. They don't have any wetlands identified that would be regulated on site.
Okay, does that answer your question, Mr. Giannuzzi?
So, okay, so you don't have to test it, or you've tested it and there were no wetlands. I'm just wondering because
under the law, we have to actively survey every element of this property, especially if there are any wetlands or regulated wetlands. We did so. We did not find any. The state branch you referenced, the Eagle, Department of Eagle, Great Lakes, Environment and Great Lakes and Energy, they have maps across the entire state where they know there are wetlands, and their maps show no wetlands on this site either.
Okay, and lastly, is there any plans to do a more recent survey that's less than 2 years old? I mean, we all just went through a 15-month pandemic, because we just heard from an individual, very smart individual, Mr. Cito, and he said that they did a study and they found there's no real feasibility for more 3- and 4-story hotels. And now you want to build 2 of them. Are there any plans to do anything more recent?
Well, I'm glad you asked this question. First off, he did not say that it wasn't feasible. He said that he couldn't get the hotel deal there. And that's because Hilton is committed to trying to do the hotel on this site. And as it relates to the greatest test ultimately of feasibility is whether when you do the initial market study, you do that. But then the question is, can you continue to have the brands themselves desire to think that there is a market here? And specifically, the brands have continued to pursue the site. And then the greater test beyond all that is whether you can obtain financing for this hotel, because banks will look at the brands, they'll look at everybody and they'll say, oh, no, unless they really believe they in fact are feasible, because they like to have their loans repaid. And all those dots have been I'd and T's have been crossed in this process, that they are staying in this process. We certainly will be able to provide some, we have current information that's provided to Patrick, but we can provide more updated information from the respective brands as to their perception on the feasibility as we move forward on this process.
So the answer is no. You're going to go with a study that is almost or is over 2 years old.
So I'm not sure if your volume's not working, but I've said not only do we have updated information as to feasibility based on the brand information and the financing that they've been doing in their studies, but we will continue to do that throughout this process, and we will provide it to the township as we obtain it.
Well, okay. I mean, in conclusion, I really think this needs to be ultra delayed, and no one's reached out to any of the neighborhoods that are 423 feet away. And I find that to be sad. Thanks a great deal.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Giannuzzi. Patrick?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, our Zoom webinar is scheduled for 3 hours to end at 10 p.m. I'm in Zoom trying to extend it, and I have been able to before, but I'm not able to right now. If I'm not able to, we may have to end the meeting abruptly at 10 o'clock. Wherever we are in the agenda, we may have to postpone items to perhaps a special meeting. But that's something I'll continue to work on, but something I wanted to put out there right now.
Okay.
Now
Thank you for informing us. I appreciate that. Okay, so let's proceed.
Maybe this is a good time to remind the audience that if somebody's already made the comment, we don't need to keep making the same comments.
And please keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Please.
Yeah. Okay.
Next is Roland Falks.
Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. I hope everybody is well. My name is Roland Folks. My address is 5899 Braymore Drive, 48187. And I have a couple of concerns, as everybody else does here. You know, a lot of us are new homeowners to this particular region. Guys, you are super aware of that. And we are worried about, once again, I hate to reiterate, but there's property value and the traffic, even though we spoke about it. But I was worried about the zoning of the buildings that you have directly cuts into a lot of our residential homes. From both the charts I see, my home is affected as well as some others in this particular area. These homes are not that old. What is your plan with the zoning? I know you're discussing the zoning. Will you be tailoring that back if you do decide to go with that? And I am stark against it as well, but I am curious to your plans.
Mr. Fawkes, we're not discussing zoning on this project, except the use of the zoning as it relates to a planned development district. We're not changing the zoning. The zoning is already there, and we are dealing with the proposal, which is stipulating the use within that zoning.
Okay.
Did I miss your name and address for the record?
Yes, please.
My name is Roland Folks. My address is 5899 Braymore Drive.
Okay, thank you so much, for your concern. The zoning that's there has been there. And so that's what we are dealing with in terms of this project relating to that zoning, and in the form of a planned development district, which Patrick explained the ramifications of in the beginning.
So when these homes were built, that particular zone was already placed, even though they put these residential homes in the commercial zone. I'm confused.
No, when your homes were built, it probably was still a farm, and it probably was still zoned as a rural, I believe. What would that be, Patrick? That still had animals? Was that be rural residential?
That might have been an agricultural district.
Might have been agricultural.
Yeah,
okay, so at that time it was probably on the master plan as one day going either residential or commercial, but at the time that those subdivisions around it were built, that was still a farm.
Mm-hmm. Also, too, you're going to have a lot of complaint with this particular situation, because I myself haven't heard of this. You guys said there was a survey and things, bro. This is new to me and a lot of my neighbors as well. So until recently, we just gotten the word of this. So I don't know who you reached out to. I've been here the whole time, so I haven't heard not one word of it. So it is blindsiding a lot of us, and I think whoever's doing the survey, they didn't do a good job, or they missed.
And you live in which neighborhood?
I
live in the Willowbrook subdivision, 5899 Braymore Drive, directly impacted by this new development, right behind Basement Burger and across the street from the dentistry or whatever. So a lot of us are very upset about it, and it's just not good, not a good look.
Patrick, the notification that comes from the township on public hearings like this, within the 300 feet range, it goes to individual homes, right? Not to, let's say, subdivision leadership, boards of subdivisions or anything like that. It's just the individual homes, correct? Or businesses.
That's correct. It goes to property owners and residents.
Yeah, perhaps we need to look at something like this in the future, that at least subdivision management, subdivision boards of directors, what have you, because I know we do have a list of that in the township. Perhaps those that are affected by certain projects should be notified as well. I mean, we can't tell them what they need to do with that notification, but at least if we notify their boards, maybe they will reach out to the residents within the different subdivision. Just an idea, just a suggestion.
Mr. Chairman, I think the question from Mr. Folks is not so much about the notice that went out, is the representation that the petitioners made, that they met with the residents and such in that area. I don't know who they met with. I mean, he says he met with within 300 feet, people within 300 feet of the development. But I think that's what what Mr. Folks is referring to, not the notice that went out from the township.
Yeah, because I live right smack in a part of the zoning that my house will be affected. And no one ever came to me. I don't recall a letter. I don't recall a note. I don't recall anything of such.
But you received notice of the public hearing, correct, Mr. Folks, from the township?
I received that through some great people in our subdivision who do a good job to keep us notified. And I did receive a letter as well, but that was like about a week or two ago. I did receive that. But as far as this prior to this happening, no, I didn't receive this.
Okay, well noted. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, I'll be glad to
Yes.
just reiterate, and thank you, Commissioner Weber, for pointing that out. As I indicated, we started our meetings towards the end of 2018 and went through 19 with our meetings between the two associations of the homes there and individual homeowners, whoever, we communicated, we wrote letters. I don't think the homes in question that Mr. Folks is talking about they were under construction at the time. And I don't think people were even living in them at the time. And then obviously with COVID, took 13 months out of all that stuff. But the gist of that was what we heard from the homeowners that were the closest to the site at that time, where they wanted us to make sure everything was as far from them as possible on the site and keep everything. Because theoretically, under the ordinance right now, if we were to put something in there, we could put it 35 feet from the rear property line and 35 feet from the west property line. And so we instead have gone 11 times away from that. So.
Okay. I'm gonna be done after this. It just seems a lot of untruths. I don't know if it's untruths or just a miscommunication. I just don't. It just doesn't sit well with me and a lot of our neighbors. Like we did not get any of this information, and I don't. I can't help but take offense to it. And I know you guys are doing your job, and we got to do our job to protect our values of our homes and our families. But thank you guys for your time. I just don't particularly care for our houses or anything being affected by that.
Thank you for participating. I appreciate it. Okay, Patrick.
Yeah, before I go to the next one,
Sure.
The Zoning Enabling Act requires that we mail notices to everybody within 300 feet of the property owners and residents. Anybody within 300 feet of the subject property is required by law to get a notice mailed from the township. So in terms of any communication the applicant may have had with residents, that's on the applicant, not necessarily the township. The township's obligation is to the Zoning Act to mail out those notices to properties within 300 feet. The next one is Sumya Nadu.
Hi, I'm Soumya Naidu, and I live in Willowbrook subdivision. So on the side of Basement Burger Bar, and the property is concerned. I want to bring up the fact that I don't know if any of you know about the demographics of this subdivision. So it's all families with little babies. Okay. So this is not a community where you have empty nesters or families with many teenage kids. So security is really a big issue here. You walk into our subdivision and it's little babies. Okay? It's not okay to have random transient traffic come through our subdivision. Or even like the sidewalk is connected to the subdivision. Okay. This is a real concern for me. If you any of you walk into our subdivision, you'll see the park and you'll see children, elementary school, and babies. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Oh, did you give your address, Ms. Naidu?
No, I didn't. It's 42581 Laird Lane.
All right, thank you very much for that. Patrick?
The next one is Pardava Vorganti.
Hi, do you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Welcome.
Hi, this is Pardava Vorganti. I live on 42565 Laird Lane, Canton, Michigan. As some of my neighborhood members mentioned, right, like before like a week ago, I got a letter about this new development from the Planning Commission. But before that, like nobody is trying to reach me or so. This is one of the concerns I like to raise.
Okay. All right. Again, it sounds like we have a little communication problem. with the neighbors. Are you within the 300 feet? In other words, did you get a letter from the township?
Yeah, I got letter like a week ago, maybe 10 days ago, from the township saying that like this development is going to happen.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much for your comment. Did you have a question or no?
No, a quick question. Like actually, like this is just like a formality. Like it's been convincing us to like you're developing a hotel there, or like you're really taking our concerns here.
Oh, absolutely. We take your concerns.
Okay, so like majority of the people says no, then there won't be hotels coming here.
It's not a vote. It's not a vote. We do take the concerns. The commission still has to recommend to the trustees one way or the other. But we do listen to the public hearing comments. So rest assured.
Yeah, but on odd basis, the decisions will be finalized.
It's not a vote based upon popularity or positions on the matter. It is hearing your concerns, and that's it.
Yeah, I agree. Like, but on what basis the decisions will be finalized?
The basis of us commissioners making a decision and then sending that to the board.
There's a number of criteria listed in the zoning ordinance that we must consider as we go through these reviews. Your comments are just one of the things that we have to consider. There are other standards, legal standards that we have to consider before we can make a decision. But we do take into consideration the comments of the public.
Absolutely.
Yeah, as like a majority of our neighborhood already mentioned, like I have the same concerns about the security because it just comes right behind our my yard. Actually, like as it is like 50 feet, I don't feel secure. I actually like, and there is nothing in between from the hotel towards our yards, and then nothing in between except like a couple of private properties from the road. So that's a big concern I have right now. Like I have kids and all. Like right now, it's okay. So once we build like more hotels, like already there are like 7 hotels in the Canton, and I see like one you already approved on the on Ford Road across like a ridge after the ridge. So there's one hotel already coming there, and then more hotels coming on the Lily to increase the traffic conjunctions plus the security concerns I have.
Did you give us your address?
Yes, 42565 Laird
you.
Lane, Canton, Michigan.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
I'm not aware of a hotel at Ridge. Is there something? Was there a hotel approved at Ridge and Ford?
No.
Okay.
No, that was not correct.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted, it's been raised in the last 3 questions. I think it's maybe take 1 minute to address it. The concerns about, first off, I've been representing projects for 25 years in this community and worked always proactively with neighbors and residents as much as possible. And so that's why we initiated the meetings early 18, went through 19, and then everything stopped out of COVID. I have been getting emails from people out of the subdivision continuously and updating them as to where we're going of those who attended the meeting. We have not done additional reach outs during COVID or anything else because obviously no one was doing that. Number one. Number two, the concerns about security. This site will be fully secured with cameras and the kinds of things you would expect on a site. Which again, I want to contrast. If we don't do hotels on this site, we have the absolute right now, other than just doing a site plan with the Planning Commission, of throwing a shopping center back in there and putting these buildings 35 feet from their property line with alleys behind and dumpsters and those kinds of things. So that's why when we met with the neighbors, they really didn't want that. They wanted something that we could keep the buildings as far away from them as possible. And the one comment, and he also just pointed out, there are still 3 residential long strip properties between this property and the houses to the north, where we are. There are 2. I'm thinking there are still undeveloped residential properties. We're not backing up to a particular neighborhood per se. Then the question about the sidewalk, we are required to connect to the sidewalk along Lily Road as part of the frontage. So that's part of the process. And we're not putting a sidewalk into your neighborhood. We have no connection into neighborhoods or anything. It's strictly along the frontage of Lily Road.
Okay, thank you for that. Patrick, who's next?
Next up is Angela Zeta.
Good evening, Angela.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes. Mhm.
My name's Angela Ziada. I live at 5838 Branch Drive in Willowbrook neighborhood as well. And I'd like to express my extreme displeasure with this proposal. I think it is not in the best interest of Canton to have hotels near the residential areas. I take exception to the threatening language that's being presented by Mr. Amen about how anybody could build anything else and we're trying to do you a favor. This is not a favor. And I take exception for not being communicated with ahead of time. And I've been here since 2016. So no, the buildings were not under construction. No, I'm not new to the neighborhood. I know this area. I've lived in this area my whole life. This is not in Canton's best interest. According to the master plan, this is supposed to be residential areas. I'd like to see a master plan or a development that would have more residential type living space, elderly care, mixed residential. Hotels are not in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for participating. Patrick, the master plan for this, did we revise this to commercial, and when? Do you have any notation on that? These parcels?
In terms of when it was, in terms of when the master plan was last revised for this particular area, I don't. It's classified as a community shopping district, which generally corresponds to the current C3 and C2 zoning. So the master plan classifies this as a commercial area.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. All right. Who is next?
Next on the list is Naresh and Letka.
Hello. You'll have to unmute. I don't know if they're available.
Naresh
All right,
and Letka.
Oh, there we go.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Hello. Are you able to hear me?
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Sorry about the issue.
What's your address?
It's 5960 Braymore Drive, 48187. This is Harish Chandrasekharan. I'm just repeating. I have the same concerns about the privacy, and my back window can be directly looked by the second floor or the third floor or the fourth floor of the hotels. And with existing already 7 hotels, I don't think it would add any value. And apart from that, the traffic and the accidents are already on rise, and this would definitely contribute to it far further. I would request the committee to take this and,
Okay, we'll take that into consideration and remind everyone again, if it has already been stated, please, know that we are listening, so you don't need to hit us with it again. Patrick, next.
Next up is Viha.
Hi,
Hello.
my name is Mamta Patel, and I live at 5816 Braymore Drive. So this is part of the Willowbrook subdivision. So I'd like to echo the same concerns as the rest of the people from Willowbrook Village that have spoken. And I would like to highlight that where I live, it would be directly behind where this new hotel site would be. We are extremely concerned with the security and the privacy for our children, for our families in this neighborhood. This is a neighborhood with young children who we do not want transient people who are not part of this community just walking through our neighborhoods or walking around. The other concerns that we have are that something that Mr. Brian Amen had raised, that he had actually come to speak to people in our community or within 300 feet from this development. No one has actually reached out to anyone in this community to speak to them about it. And also, we'd like to understand what type of traffic studies were actually done. Because like I said, the studies that were done were probably pre-COVID and would probably need to be evaluated again.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And Patrick, next.
Next is Chris Labadini.
Hello, my name is Chris Labadini. I live at 48015 Deer Trail Drive.
Welcome.
48187. Hi, thanks for having me on. I just had a few things to touch base with. Is there been any sort of public safety study done in regards to hotels in the community, such as Canton?
I think that's a question for Mr. Amen, if he's available.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, I think it's a question for Mr. Sloan as to whether the ordinance requires public safety studies. It does not. We did not do one, but I don't think the township has a practice or any requirement of public safety studies as it relates to hotel uses. But I'll defer to Mr. Sloan on that.
Okay.
The extent of the public safety that we look at when it comes to plan review, whether it's a site plan, special land use, or a plan development, is the fire department reviews the plans, and what they're looking for is emergency vehicle accessibility for first responders and making sure that they can get their equipment in and out of the site and access the building, whether it's accessing it for medical personnel or accessing it for fire apparatus. So in the from the standpoint of emergency vehicles and emergency responders, in that sense, for fire medical, that's the evaluation, and that's something that takes place on all of our site plans, special land uses, and plan developments. In terms of anything, a public safety study, if we're talking about something like the police department and crime, that's not something that we do studies for.
Okay. Does the Canton Public Safety, whether it's fire or the police department, do they have any issues with the current hotels in Canton as far as safety?
In terms of police safety from a policing standpoint, that's not part of the evaluation that we look at. In terms of the safety from the fire standpoint, I know that the fire marshal actively does inspections as well as plan reviews for the life and safety factors of the building itself and the site and the accessibility.
Okay, yeah, because I'm just curious to see if anyone from the public safety side of things would want 2 additional hotels in the community. I mean, the hotels, whether they're high-end hotels or low-end hotels, they can attract a transient population. There's considerable amount of drugs and human trafficking, underage parties, underage drinking. Hotels are a 24/7 operation, and there's going to be comings and goings all day. It's not. If it was a retail, at least a retail closes at some point, whereas hotels are going to be open 24/7. And I'm just concerned with that for that area, and it's just very, very close to residential. My other concerns were, if rooms aren't filled, would these hotels take money from the government to house displaced people, disadvantaged people on Section 8 housing, or people who have been through natural disasters? I know hotels have been taking in people who are displaced for a variety of things from around the country.
I would think, Mr. Amen, did you want to answer that, or leave it alone?
Mr. Chairman, I'm a little offended at the notion that some people are less eligible for some housing in a hotel in a moment of need than others. So I'm just going to not address that question and give a little grace here.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Well, it's a legitimate concern where a lot of hotels have been used for housing, and more than a percentage of rooms have been allotted for government assistance or government housing, I don't think that's very offensive. I would just like to know if those 2 hotels would be used for such.
When you're referring to government assistance, are you talking about like checks that people would get during COVID because they didn't have wages? Or I'm going to leave it alone, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And it really is an issue that is not before us in terms of making this kind of decision. Whether they did or did not is not going to weigh in on what we do. Any other concerns?
Well, I would just like to say I don't think it's a good plan. I would hope the commission not move this plan forward. The hotel, again, would be a 24/7 operation. Both hotels would produce trash. There will be dumpsters there, just like retail. And again, I would suggest not to have this go forward. I appreciate your time.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for participating.
Thanks.
Patrick?
Next up is Kajal Gangale.
And just for the record, the dumpster locations are shown on the site plan, so.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Myself, Kajal Gangale, and my address is 5928 Braymore Drive. And I have also same concern like everybody, and like security, traffic, and I'm the one who recently faced this problem. I had an accident 2 weeks before, and I'm suffering a lot. And those 3 behind my house, those are the main beauty. And it's like about security purpose, like everybody said, we have a children, they freely play. And nobody wants to okay, we have to check every time. And so this is like not good for us. So please consider those concerns. And yeah, that's it.
Okay. Thank you very much for your comment.
Yep.
All right. Patrick?
Next up is Randy and Leanne Kowalski. And I'll ask them to unmute. Okay, Randy and Leanne, you're ready to go.
Having difficulty with the mute button.
You sound great.
Okay.
You sound great. Welcome.
All right. Thank you very much. To the panel, the commissioners here this evening, thank you again for your time this evening. You all have very difficult jobs, and I appreciate what you're trying to do here. I would ask that the commissioners here do not vote as an approval for this at this time. I think all the variances or modifications to current ordinances, to what Mr. Amand says, our township ordinances are outdated, are a concern. The commission right now does not have most recent studies that Mr. Amand says are ongoing. The traffic study was done prior, pre-COVID and during COVID, and I'm interested about the feasibility studies. It was brought up earlier, hotel occupancy. Interested to know if there's a study currently about the occupancy rate for these 7 hotels that we currently have in the area. And lastly, the discussions taking place with the people adjacent to this proposed development. A lot of questions have come up about who was involved and who was not involved. So to the commissioners, I ask that we don't have a proposal to approve this at this time. I think there are too many unanswered questions for the citizens in the area, and that we go at that direction. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your comments. Patrick?
Next up is Mitesh.
Hi, am I audible?
Yes.
Hey, good evening. Thanks for the opportunity. This is Mitesh.
Speak up a little bit, please.
Okay. Is it any better?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. This is Mitesh Thakkar. I'm residing at 5750 Branch Court. And I have the same concern as other participants, like safety being the safety, privacy, and also the traffic. So my back window will probably be visible from the 4th floor from the property. So, and other thing I wanted to mention is I'm living here from 2016 and I have never been contacted before. I got the mail a couple of weeks back. And I would like to place my objection to this development.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your participation.
Thanks.
Patrick?
Okay, next up is Nikhil.
Hi, my name is, can you hear me, guys?
Yes.
Yeah, my name is Nikhil Shah and I'm at 5797 Branch Court in the Willowbrook subdivision. As other neighbors said, and nobody has talked to us. I'm here since 2015. I haven't seen anybody talking to me about this project or something. And even I haven't received nothing from township also. And as our neighbor mentioned that the Lily Road is the primary entrance for our subdivision. And I don't know what kind of traffic study they're talking about. Lily is technically like single lane road. When this hotels comes, the traffic will definitely go up. And as we know, the Ford Road, like I see like one accident almost every day. So yeah, if you want to increase the accidents, please approve this, but I'm against this project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Patrick?
Next up is Bill Lorelli.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can.
I wanted to know from the applicant, what are the anticipated occupancy dates for these hotels? How far in the future are we talking about, assuming approvals happen in the normal scheme of things? My address, by the way, is 1524 Copeland Circle. I'm on the other side of Ford Road from this development proposal.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Raymond?
Yeah, Patrick, if you could allow Chris Abbo, the owner representative, to talk about the construction timeframe and potential opening dates, he would be the best source for that.
Okay, Mr. Abbo is up and able to talk.
Yep, I'm here. Thank you. If there were approvals, and obviously we still have a process to go through, we would have the remainder of this year to finish the completion of the design of the building and hope to start and break ground in 2022. I think from this point forward, the earliest start date would possibly be first quarter of 22. Completion with 2 hotel projects opening up simultaneously probably take about 2 years from start to finish. So it would be 2024 opening or possibly sooner. But I would anticipate first, if things were moving forward, 2024 opening. So in relation to feasibility studies done in 2019 or today, and as we continue to move forward, that's, something that will be ongoing as well.
Okay. I just give a little bit of context to things. I hear a lot of the comments, and I've been a resident of Canton since 1986. The year I moved here was the year Ford Road was widening from 1 lane each way to its present 2 lanes each way. A lot of development since that time. They were building the development across Ford Road where the current CVS is. When that first opened, believe it or not, it was a very large grocery store. If everybody remembers Great Scott grocery stores, that was there. So tenants change in these developments. My question to the applicant is, these 2 hotels are going to be going on simultaneously. Will they continue if one Hilton or if Marriott decides to back out and think it's not feasible anymore? I know it's crystal ball time, but how does the developer handle something like that with 2 major tenants in one development?
So we are the franchisee. So we are the owner and operator of the hotels. We have a license with Marriott and a license with Hilton, who very much want to have their product there, so that they wouldn't back out, neither would we.
Okay, does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Patrick?
Next up, we have Prashant Karsh.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me, Patrick?
Yes.
All right, thank you. It's Prashant Karche. I am at 5826 Braymore Drive, directly adjacent to the C2 property in question. I can't remember which hotel is going there. So look, I'm not gonna, so first of all, I'm asking not to vote for this. I'm not in favor of this. You've already heard of many reasons, so I'm not gonna repeat those, but I do have a question, couple of questions. So one, you mentioned a natural preservation of natural spaces on the west side, which would affect all of our, especially the adjacent properties. What is the area, space, length, width, square footage that you're going to leave as wooded area?
Patrick, do you want to answer that, or would you prefer Eric, or you may be able to pull up an answer quicker?
Yeah, the
okay.
This is Mitch again. It looks like it's about 0.77 acres. It's 149 feet wide.
The 149 wide, so it's going to run the length of that adjacency, and you're going to, and 149 feet wide?
That's correct.
Okay. What is the full length of that C2 property on the face, from Lilly to Ford? Do you have a sense on that? I can't tell from this drawing.
You mean from the north property line that we have?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, from the east to the west.
You mean from Lilly to the west boundary then?
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
you said the Ford. Okay, yeah, to the west boundary.
It's roughly 650, 658.
Okay, and so you're proposing leaving 100, if I understand you correctly, 149 feet of in that width of, if I heard you correctly, of wooded area?
Yeah, it'd be so along that dimension I gave you of 658 feet, 149 of that would be the wooded portion that we're discussing.
Okay. Okay, that's thank you for that question. And then so look, I just want a couple of more things here. You've no doubt you've heard, this really sounds very flawed, not necessarily because economically it may be flawed. It's just because but for an exogenous event called COVID, all your data is flawed at this point because it was occurred before a major occurrence. So what happens now in behavioral science and what happens in traffic patterns and what happens with occupancy rates is completely different. So we need to see more data, number one. Number two, I guess a question for Brian, or I think it's Chris, the owner. What is the break even that you're looking for in occupancy rates at these hotels, just out of curiosity? In terms of rooms occupied?
That's too difficult to answer. That's different for every property, every location. So we haven't put a budget together for this property, but if you want to go by a rule of thumb, we generally need to be at about 40 to 50% occupancy. And I'm just drawing from reference for the two properties on Ford Road, the Town Place Suites and the Fairfield Inn Marriott, which are part of our portfolio. And they're currently running above those currently and profitable right now as we speak.
Okay.
So, and I think just to the misconception I'm hearing and a lot of assumptions about the hotel industry and how COVID has affected it. COVID has affected everybody personally, business-wise, professionally, and just this meeting here taking place on a Zoom meeting. So we are seeing travel pick up. We're seeing demand pick up. And as we move forward, we will update our studies on any new projects that we have, not only this, but we, in our portfolio and of our projects in the pipeline, we have eliminated a few projects that we did not want to build for the sake of building projects that we knew that we wanted to build. This was one of them because there is a demand in this market. Canton, you can circle a 50-mile radius all around from the airport to Novi, and Canton is at the epicenter. It's off of 275. This is a location that the brands want to be in. It's a location that we as franchisees want to be in because there is a demand. It is a profitable market. I mean, look, there's a lot of businesses on Ford Road right now that there's many meetings behind us that want to get approved. So, we definitely want to be there and be an asset to the community to bring two of the strongest names in the hotel industry for each brand. Residence Inn, I'll remind everybody, is an extended stay property, and extended stay properties ended up actually doing better than they did before COVID. So, this is definitely there's a lot, I could answer to there seems to be a lot of interest in the business telling whether it's feasible or profitable. But the extended stay market has, actually thrived during COVID.
Hey, Chris, just a quick question. The C2 property there, which is directly adjacent to this, the Willow subdivision there, is that the Residence Inn or is that the Hilton?
Mitch, can you clarify which one that is? The one I believe that's the Residence Inn.
I'm sorry, the northernmost one or the?
Yes, the northern one. It says C2 zoning.
Yeah, so that one's the Hilton Garden Inn.
Yeah. The Hilton. Okay. The one that is not extended stay.
Yes.
So that will have more traffic, more transit. Okay. Why don't you flip those around? That would be a lot easier, frankly, for the neighborhood. So I guess, Chris, the question I asked then, and I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be flippant, but it's as you've heard, no doubt, there's emotions here. There are people significantly concerned about their children, their families, and I think all of us can appreciate that. What can we do? How can you help enhance security here? What would you do if you're a resident adjacent to this properties? I mean, I'm struggling with this, to be candid.
I've never really heard or had the assumption that hotels bring security nightmares unless they're a motel, an exterior corridor property, or something that is an economy brand hotel. That would be I would be able to answer your question and say we could bring security. But when you're talking about a Hilton Garden that caters to a business traveler, and then on the weekends, maybe Friday, Saturday, leisure travel, there's going to be families just like yours enjoying a trip to Canton, whether it's to see IKEA or whether it's to be in town for a hockey tournament. So I don't think hockey moms would need security guards watching them. And I don't mean to be flippant there either, but I've been in the hotel industry for more than half of my life, 25 years. And, we will address security concerns on an evening where we have to tell people to keep quiet, who are, a hockey tournament in town. Nothing, we're not worried about people coming in and out. And, it's a rather low intensity use. So the traffic study indicates that in relation to a shopping center, it's going to have significantly less traffic on Lily Road. So any other proposed use other than this will have more traffic than we will.
Yeah. Okay, I just had a question. Sorry, I lost it when you were chatting about this. Okay, I will leave it at that. I think I just would like to see more data, I guess, is where I am on this because of the time frame that's elapsed. But certainly I understand the zoning. Of course, my biggest concern is I live in the residence. I'm directly adjacent to this property. So that's the northern one. So I have significant concerns. And what's the impact? My question's back. Sorry. What's the impact on residential property values when these sort of commercial properties are put in place next to residences? Do we have a sense for that, or I don't have a clue, to be honest with you, except that my concern is, and my neighborhood's concern is that it's going to have a negative impact.
Sorry, was that a question for me?
I'm sorry, it's a general question. Probably, maybe the Planning Commission might have a better feel. I don't know.
I don't believe we have access to information like that. That kind of thing is not usually presented along with proposals.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it would be interesting to see something like that. Just because it does affect so many people here, right? I mean, obviously it's personal for us, but it probably is something to understand as well, as Canton is really known to be a very strong residential community, and we'd like to retain that sort of a history for it. I'll just leave it at that and say I'd like to learn more about it, more data, just from update on the reports. I mean, at this point, I'm significantly concerned about the safety, as everyone has mentioned, and the impact on residential values. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for your comments. Okay, Patrick. I think, and before you go to that, I don't know if the audience has access to the screen sharing, but the earlier question of proximity to at least the one subdivision to the west can be illustrated with this one drawing. I don't know if Patrick, if you want to talk about that at all.
Sure. This will just take a moment here to load. This is a color rendering of the plan that was submitted by the applicant. And so Lily Road is north to south. And so we can see on the south side, that's adjacent to commercial districts to the south. And then the residential district itself is to the west here. You can actually see in the aerial some of the homes there farther west. And on the west side of the site, particularly the northwest corner, that's the area where the applicant discusses preserving some of the trees in that area.
Patrick, that's a mature area. Would you just estimate that the size of those trees could possibly shield view from structures of this size?
Based on a recent aerial photos, I think I can go to, for example, in September of 2020, if we look in this area here adjacent, it's the leaves are on the tree. It's pretty dense in there. And if we go to March, the leaves are off the trees. So they're deciduous trees. Doesn't look like evergreens in this area. Now, I don't know how it looks in the winter when the leaves are off the tree, what the sight line is, but when the leaves are on the tree, it's a pretty dense vegetative buffer. And then this is July of 2020, where it's also pretty dense there. With a PD plan, there's a tree survey is not required. So we don't have I don't think we have an inventory of the entire tree. So we don't know the sizes, the species, the quality, the quantity, those things.
Okay, thank you much. I just thought we should discuss that a little bit. All right, who is next on the agenda? I mean, who is next up?
Next is Shri.
Oh boy. We're having some difficulty.
Can you guys hear me?
Oh, yeah, we can now.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, this is Shrikant. I live at 5919 Braymore Drive. So you heard all of our neighbors, provide their input and all that, right? So for the commissioners, how good of a job can we do to kind of influence you in the right way, not the $20,000 that the builders gave you, but I'm talking about.
Okay, let me stop you. Let me stop you for just 1 minute. This is a sharing of ideas. This is a public hearing. Please, don't go down the road of money and things of that nature. Just tell us your concerns and we will gladly hear that. First of all, what is your address?
My address is 5919 Braymore Drive.
Okay, all right. What are your concerns, sir?
Yeah, my concern is what kind of a good job can we do to influence you guys? Because we heard that our concerns are just kind of a one thing, and you have other things to consider and all that, right? We are just the neighborhood right beyond this, west of it. What all can we do to influence you to kind of put yourself in our shoes and make a decision and all that?
You're already doing it, sir, by lending us your input, and we do welcome that and appreciate it.
Yeah, but I want to make sure they're taken seriously and all that, and it's just not like a 1 year and going into other year and all that.
Well, all you can do is trust the fact that we do have this process that we go through with projects of this nature, and there's 9 people that have a say in this and recommending to the trustees, and then there's 7 more of them. So yeah, it's a process, and we're getting through it, and you're helping us, and we do appreciate it. And there's no magic words that you can say. We just want to know your honest opinion.
Yeah, and I just asked the commissioners to put look as if they are living in these subdivisions and their homes and stuff like that, and see how that will impact their personal homes and stuff like that. Put yourselves in our shoes and make the right decision. And also one question to Mr. Brian Amon and all. We've been living from 2015, right? No one reached out to us. So I keep hearing this again and again saying that it's 2018, we've been living from 2015. No one reached out to us.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other concerns?
That's it, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Patrick?
Next up is Bob Mack.
Thanks, Patrick. Again, all I have to say on it, it's a good project, okay? Nobody's going to say we don't want a Hilton hotel. I've been in discussion with Hilton hotels for years. It's the wrong spot. End of the story. This is why they bring Brian Amon in. Can't you see all these controversial zonings where they need something that would never fly? Brian Amon. Let's bring Brian Amon in. He'll do the lying for us. Okay,
sir.
Brian, I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed.
Sir, let me stop you. You made an
Terrible.
accusation, and you have no basis to do that. And if you don't have anything concrete to add to this discussion tonight, then we need to move on.
Would you like me to unmute?
Well, you can try. Yeah, I'll give him another shot.
Okay. Bob, you've been asked to unmute.
Okay, he didn't unmute, so let's move on.
Okay. Next is Kay Mariam.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Patrick. And I completely see the points what my neighborhood has brought up so far, and I don't see a hearing ears there. I clearly understand that. That's my issue. And the other stuff, I just wanted to echo some of the concerns what has already been brought. The only reason that you guys understand how many people are being impacted, small children. This neighborhood is fairly young. And I echo some of my people who have already raised the concerns that no notice have been reached us so far. And on top of it, I wanted to see who's that who approved this residential layout before realizing that this is a commercial overlap on top of it. It's you guys who approved it. And then on top of it, you want to approve another hotel next to it. It's as good as like building a strip club next to one of your houses, right? How far it's a good decision to do so? It's completely influencing our lives, some of our children's future and whatnot, environment, you just name it. We can just come up with a list of things which is going to impact this whole thing. I want you guys to understand the concern what we are bringing up. I'm not telling growth is not good. You got to pick a right place. not to next to your house. That's all I wanted to say. I'm seriously concerned about what city has taken on this particular topic. City is the only one who have approved Pulte to build a residential layout here, and the same city builds something which is very opposite to that next to it. I seriously don't understand this.
What is your address, sir?
5753 Branch Court, Canton, Michigan.
Canton, okay. And how close do you live to this area?
Just very next to it. It's Willowbrook.
Right next. Willowbrook, okay. All right, thank you very much for your comments. Anything else?
No, that's all.
Okay. Patrick?
Next up is Vasu.
Hi everyone, not sure. I got unmuted. Ashwini Kumar Gangile again. I want to answer one question. That's why I raised this, that somebody asked for that during the winter, not sure how these trees are thick and what is the visibility. I can tell you from my bedroom, from my bed, I can count the Lily Road, all the cars walking during the winter for 6 to 7 months. It's that thin. So there is no thickness, no density of the tree. Whatever we are seeing in a picture, it's not correct what is on the ground here. So please keep that in mind, because we are going to see that once that hotel will come, somebody is going to seeing in our bedroom, in our kitchen, right through it. And I'm sure you guys will also have a family. You will not like that. So please consider this as a major security concern and do not approve this project. Please take this one very seriously, as so many people have raised this point. And this tree density, what you guys are talking about, there is no such thing like this during winter.
Okay, thank you very much. Patrick?
Just bring up the list here. Okay, Vasu is now up.
Yeah, hi, you guys can hear me good?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, my name is Vasu Desu, and the address is 5863 Branch Drive, and I'm also the resident of Willowbrook Village, and I'm living here since 2015. I have like 3 points. One, you guys were talking about the survey. You guys were talking about survey that is done properly. If the survey would have been done properly, our neighborhood is like very close. If there is like a 4-story building, all the houses can be visible very clearly. So coming to that survey, if it would have been done properly, at least 2 houses or 3 houses, at least you would have take a feedback. The hotels are coming here. What is your feedback like that? But none of our neighbors got notification like that, and no questions from anybody, no communication from city. That is one thing. And that survey, if it's possible, if the survey is like reevaluate again, that would be perfect. And one more thing is, if the survey would have been done properly, whatever the concerns you're hearing, before this meeting itself, you would have been know all this information, if that is done properly. And the second thing is, so I know it is a development, but the one development should not affect the other. The development should not affect the other people, right? So we are the residential houses here, and this is like a very young neighborhood, like young people here and very young kids. And since 2015 only this is,
and we all are like a single first home owners, and see, with this, if the property values will get affected, who is responsible? The owners is the only one affected, right? So please take our concerns. That is the second thing, and the third thing is security. See, as somebody mentioned, the hotel is like a 24/7 kind of thing, and right now we're already facing like a lot of traffic. See, when the Ford Road is busy, what the people does is like they come to the Lily Road and they come through our neighborhood and go back beyond our neighborhood. We're already seeing a lot of traffic, and sometimes like there are so much speeding is happening in Branch Drive. They feel like a racetrack, and we have like so many young kids, and if you would have been drive on our neighborhood, you will see like slow signs from some of the neighbors, because like people are like driving crazy, but still if they see that also, still I see like so many cars like speeding a lot. So when the city approves something like this, will they take consideration of the residents' safety? And as one of my neighbors said, so when the city approved Pulte to build the houses, so when anybody buy the houses, they thought this is like residential property. They don't, I mean, like after 5 years, now like one of you guys were telling this is like a commercial or agricultural zone, I don't know, but with this, if at all this hotel's going to be happen, it is like very close proximity, and whoever wants to buy the house, they feel it's very close, and they feel this is like a very commercial thing, right? So how you guys going to I mean, yeah, as a like be in our residents' shoes, and please take our all these concerns, and yeah, that's all. Thanks for taking our comments, though.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Yeah, thank you.
Patrick?
Next up is Prabhu V.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Yep. Thank you. Thank you for bringing me in. Yeah, I would like to object this project, considering the traffic heaviness it's going to happen in the Lily, and our main entrance is Lily, right? So it's going to add traffic under Echo, Vasu's comments, like there are a lot of speeding happening in the community, which is really a bothering sign for the kids here. So that is my primary concern. And privacy is the second concern I have, and the property value, which is going to give us a financial burden for all of our community members here. So I would like to object, and I would like request commission to take this into consideration and reject the project. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate your participation. Patrick?
Next up is Vineet Shukla.
Hey, this is Vineet. Can you hear me, Patrick?
Yes.
Hey, Patrick. Thanks for letting me speak. So my address is 5995 Branch Drive, Canton. This is the Willowbrook subdivision. So I think I'm echoing the same concerns that my neighbors have already provided with respect to no notifications that we received. The traffic is one significant thing I'm really concerned about, because I know the traffic on Ford and Lily, and the single lane on Lily, I'm really concerned how much will it increase. Safety and security, I'm pretty sure you understand how much concerned we are. Even I have 2 kids, and they go all the way up to Lily Road, not on the road though. And with this kind of I would say transient traffic just so close to it, it just doesn't put my mind to ease. It just makes me worried. That's all. That's all I would like to say. So I'm against this proposal. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much for your comments. Patrick?
Thank you.
And we have Sumya Naidu.
Hi, I spoke earlier. I have one more concern to bring up. Was Pulte aware of the zoning back when the subdivision was built?
Patrick, you want to answer that?
That I don't know, and only because I don't know.
Mr. Chairman, I can answer. The zoning on these parcels has not changed for 15, 20 years or longer, and Pulte was fully aware of the zoning. In fact, the parcels to our north are still zoned office between us and the residences to the north of us. So and Pulte built that sub, actually the southern part of that sub. And if you go to Canton Township zoning ordinance today, it shows the top 5 or southern lots of that subdivision are built in what is showing as commercial zoning on the current zoning map. So.
Okay, so okay, thanks for answering my question, but I have a follow-up to this. How do you even justify putting a C2 and a C3 in the middle of, like, all around the other zones are all office zones, right? How do you justify this? I know this is not something that should be discussed on this particular call, but I don't know how you justify that from a resident's perspective. I would recommend, like, if somebody else were to move to Canton, this is something I would bring up. I would say that, like, you guys are aggressively trying to commercialize Canton. And I would not recommend, if one of my friends in West Bloomfield or Novi were to move here, I would not recommend Canton, because this is aggressive zoning practices.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Yeah, you're right. We are not dealing with zoning changes tonight. Mr. Amon just spelled out how long this has been zoned commercially.
But I'm also wanting to say that if you consider it as, like, Canton to be a city where, young families should move, I mean, if you aggressively pursue businesses like this, then, I would not recommend it. I mean, this is something that needs to be public to other people to let them know, but that these are the practices that the city is adopting, right? So now if you had spoken to us, hold on just a second, please. If you had spoken to us earlier and, if you had consulted us, we would have recommended, okay, if you had an assisted living facility there or a senior living facility, we could have worked with you on that. But no, you guys, this was just, the whole plan is so devious. It sounds so devious that we were not involved.
Let me stop you right there. Because until you use the term devious, I totally could understand where you're coming from with this. Trust the fact that there is nothing devious about the planning process. We don't try to rule out residents, in favor of commercial. We try to come up with good planning, and you are welcome to come to the very next planning session where we deal with the master plan for the township, because your input would be very, very welcome in that process. We do that within 5 years. I don't know when the next one is going to be, but I would invite you to stay tuned so that you can be part of that process.
Oh, thank you for that invitation. But I just want to mention that the fact that, like, none of us here knew about this is why I brought up that term. None of us were aware that this was going on, that the talks between you and the applicant or the promoter of this whole thing, the subdivision was in the dark. Every single person was in the dark.
There was no talks between the township and the developer, or at least no talks between the planning commission and the developer in this. This is the first time we've reviewed this project, just like it's the first time that you folks have seen it. There's nothing, as the chairman has said, there's nothing devious going on here. We're going through a very public process and considering all the factors. And quite honestly, I'm offended that you imply that we are doing something underhanded or devious. We are all here as volunteers to the community, and we're trying to make the decision that we feel is best for the community. We take all your comments into consideration, and we weigh those heavily. There are other considerations, but there are. Ma'am, let me finish, please.
Yep, go ahead.
There are many other considerations we have to give this too. Again, There is nothing devious about this process. It is a very public process. I can't speak to what the developer did or didn't do as far as speaking to the neighbors and such. I don't know if it did or didn't happen. I have to take him at his word. Just like I have to take you folks at your word that you're saying it didn't happen. So
but there's
those
no obligation.
Those are all things we have to weigh. At this point, we need to get off this subject and move on. I see that there's other people who have already spoken, and I would ask them that we not rehash or have people get up and repeat their comments. We've been here for 2 hours, and there are other people on the agenda that need to have their matter heard as well.
Correct.
If you're just going to repeat matters that have already been said, then I would ask you that you not repeat things that have already been said.
Thank you.
Commissioner Weber. Thank you, Ms. Nadeau. I appreciate it. And I sincerely extend that invitation when that time comes for us to review the master plan for Canton.
And can I just add, there's no obligation on the part of the developer to meet with the neighbors. This is something that they did as out of the goodness of their hearts to try to work with the neighbors, but there is no obligation that happen. So
that is a good point. It's an excellent point. We do ask the developers do that kind of thing, and you know, they said that they have done that, and perhaps they did not meet with, you know, enough people. I don't know. That's not for us to decide. What we have to decide is whether or not this project is good for Canton. Patrick,
we've already heard from both of the people who have their hands up. Do we want to give them another opportunity to speak?
I think the people, if they've already spoken, I think we need to move on. If there's no further new comments.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to close the public hearing.
Yes, support.
All right, we've got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Zuber to close the public hearing, and we have support by Commissioner Weber. Commissioner Zuber, would you call the vote on that, please?
I would be happy to. Commissioner Acharya.
Yes.
Commissioner Eggenberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Engel.
Yes.
Commissioner Foster.
Yes.
Commissioner Okan.
Yes.
Commissioner Singh.
Yes.
Commissioner Weber.
Yes.
Commissioner Zuber, yes, and Chairman Green.
Yes. At 9:46, we have closed the public hearing. And Patrick, could you do away with the screen sharing plan so that I can see everybody?
Yep, and while I'm doing that, I did look at some old zoning maps. The C2 and C3 zoning predate the development to the west and northwest. So this has been C2 and C3 for many, many years, including prior to the development of the residential subdivision to the west.
Good to know.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, obviously, we've heard a lot of comments tonight about the concerns of neighbors, and unfortunately, some of these folks, although we dealt with the associations or whatever, some of these folks weren't even living there somewhere, and they weren't included for some reason. I would suggest and offer that if it would be appropriate, we would certainly be willing to, if you would move to table the item for tonight, we would then like to use the opportunity to reach out. I'll get from Patrick the list of addresses that we've heard tonight, and so that we can at least try to communicate with these folks to try to make sure at least we are operating on full information. Obviously, I'm not expecting to change minds per se. I'm not asking anybody about that, but I want to make sure we're operating on the full information. So because you've done a lot of heavy lifting tonight, that hopefully we can deal with appropriately, so that when you actually get to a point to discuss the project, everybody will be operating the same set of facts at least, and then you can do whatever you need to, because you also have other items, and I know you're about to run out of Zoom time, so I don't want you to be up all night on this.
Thank you. I do appreciate that, that consideration. But I am going to go to the commission just for thoughts on this, because it's very important. I'm going to start with Commissioner Weber.
Chairman, I have a number of comments, and I first of all, I appreciate Mr. Amon's offer to go and revisit the survey situation with the neighboring residents. Just a suggestion. I've done your job before for many years, and I would highly recommend, if you're going to go that route, that you make sure it's documented who you talked to and when you did it, and all that sort of thing. Tonight you're asking us to trust you that you did this.
Well, actually, I appreciate that. We the meetings we had were before Patrick's arrival, and Jeff Goulet actually participated in those meetings from the planning department. So they predated that. And so they were documented, but I can certainly pull it up because my credibility is the most important thing I have, especially when I hear people who want to try to put their hotel on their road, on Lots Road, accuse me of lying. So absolutely. So.
Okay. The second thing is, if you're gonna, if the inclination of the commission is to table this matter to allow you to go and revisit the survey with the residents, my strongest recommendation is to get the feasibility study reevaluated. I'm really struggling with this report, to be quite frank. I have a problem with the dates. I think the fact that this was based on data that was done in 2019 pre-COVID, I think is an issue. I personally am not convinced that there is a need for 2 more hotels on Ford Road. I'm not anti-hotel by any stretch of the imagination. I do think there are better places. I'm not convinced by the data that I'm seeing that the occupancy rates that they're showing here warrant an additional 2 hotels. So I'd recommend also, I'd like to hear something from Hilton and Marriott as to why they feel the need is there, as opposed to the petitioner that was before you folks who said he was trying to get a hotel at that property. There's all kinds of open space down Michigan Avenue, and it's not our job to tell developers where to go and that sort of thing. But also with the feasibility study, they make a lot of reference to the auto industry here. And they talk about the factories closing in Detroit and all that sort of thing. Quite honestly, I don't see what that has to do with Canton. There are factories that are much closer to Canton. We have one as close as Wayne. There's Flat Rock. There's the Rouge and Dearborn. Then there's the proximity we had to Ann Arbor, and that in the industry there that's generated from the University of Michigan. I see no mention of that. So I really have to question the validity of this feasibility report, to be honest with you, Mr. Amon. It really makes me struggle with this whole project, to be honest. And it's kind of
I very much appreciate your candid comments about that, and we certainly will address it. And I'll share with you, I'm of your mind as it relates to auto plants, U of M. I happen to work significantly on major developments in downtown Ann Arbor and Detroit, and a lot of auto related, so I totally understand it. But we'll be updating that stuff in the process as well to make sure we can deal with those concerns.
Well, and I think it needs to address what the future looks like as far as COVID here is. I think you're asking us to act on a lot of assumptions here, and because I don't think any of us really have a crystal ball as to what business and office space is going to look like here post COVID. I know the commercial office market is really struggling right now, and I think they're quite fearful of what that's going to look like going forward. So I think that needs to be addressed as well in any kind of feasibility analysis. Finally, with regard to neighbors, and I know you're from this area. I know you've been in this area a long time. You probably don't remember, you and I have crossed paths before when you served on the Wayne County Commission. And I worked for the city of Dearborn. But Pickwick Village, a number of people from living in Pickwick Village spoke too. And you made mention of the fact that they're over 400 feet away from the development. Well, the southern entrance of Pickwick Village is almost literally across the street from where the entrance is to your proposed hotels here. From a traffic standpoint, Lily Road is already congested, and who knows what it's going to look like once Ford Road is expanded. Adding the 2 hotels there, I think, is an issue. I think more thought needs to be given to that. I also think consideration needs to be given to the residents of Pickwick Village as well, especially the ones that are nearest Lily Road. I think even though I know legally you only got to consider 300 feet, but so 100 feet is not much further away, and I think it is a valid concern and quite fair to be concerned.
Absolutely, have no problem meeting with them. At our entrance is actually south of theirs, but let me point out 2 things. Everything I hear from the township is that Ford Road, the boulevard, is going to quiet things down on Ford Road. Now, we all hope that's true, right? But we don't know. We're going to see. But as it relates to the traffic study, I want to keep in mind that the contrast here is not just what the hotels will do, but it's very, very clear. Every traffic study shows these hotels, particularly this number of rooms or whatever, are going to be significantly less traffic than what the zoning would allow any other activity on this site. So we don't need to come to the planning commission, but for a site plan, if we want to do a shopping center, you have no use involvement, nothing.
I completely agree with you in that. And to be honest with you, traffic is not my overarching concern here. My overarching concern is whether these hotels are needed here. As you know, one of the major criteria that we have to evaluate and decide whether to approve a PDD is the need and market demand. And if I'm being quite honest, Mr. Raymond, I don't think you've met that criteria.
Well, I've been doing PDDs in this town for 25 years, and I can tell you we've gone to the level and beyond of what you've seen in any market studies. And I'll tell you, there are PDDs in town that have not even had a community benefit attached to them. So I have a little history. So I will be glad to explain.
Fine, but I wasn't on those planning commissions, Mr.
I understand.
Raymond. I'm telling you what I think. I'm looking at two big box stores sitting on Ford Road. And granted, a store is not the same as a hotel. But I'm looking at two empty big box stores on Ford Road that I don't know what the heck's going to happen with them. And if a hotel, say the hotel doesn't succeed, Marriott and Hilton can very easily back out and they go down to tubes, just like some other hotels we've seen over the years. So I'm not saying that's going to happen, but you got to understand where we're coming from too. And I know you've been around a long time. So have I. So please don't tell me that I don't understand what's going on, what the market looks like and that sort of
thing. I apologize if that's what the intent you took from my point is that the township's past practices and the township's actual application of its ordinance requirements are such that we have wanted to make sure we met those and whatever. I'm not trying to belittle your concerns at all about that. But I also hope that our decisions as we look forward to this are made within the bounds of the township's written ordinance and its past practices in application of those ordinance. That's what the applicant and everybody else in this community is entitled to. So
I think we are looking at the terms of the ordinance as far as, at least I am, as far as how I evaluate this.
I appreciate that. Okay, thank you.
And one last comment, and I'm addressing this to the residents of the Willowbrook subdivision. I don't know what you folks were told when you bought your homes and that sort of thing, but as Mr. Sloan pointed out, this property is zone C2 and C3. And if the hotels don't go there, someone else could come in with a shopping center or some other development that I can't say it's any worse or any better than any hotel development. But I don't know what you folks all look at when you buy a house, but I'm assuming you all looked at what the surrounding neighborhoods look like and what the surrounding properties look like. And I'm not saying there's any fault on your part or any fault on Pulte Development's part, but the fact of the matter is this property is there. It is zone C2 and C3, and probably someday it's going to get developed, whether it's this development or something else. The only other option is someone else come in and buy it and rezone it or something of that nature. But it is what it is right now. To what Mr. Raymond says, we have to review projects based on what the terms of the zoning ordinance are. So I'm sorry if that's disappointing to you, but that's what we have in front of us.
Thank you, Commissioner Weber.
I'm done now, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Engel. Any thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, tabling is fine, but what's going to change in 60 or 90 days? Is Hilton and Marriott going to decide because of the residents' concerns we don't want to do this project? Brian?
No. What I was simply offering to try to do was create a chance to meet with residents to go over the totality of the project, the other options, this, that, or whatever. Hilton and Marriott have shown a greater commitment to this site in the last 3-4 months. Obviously, based on what they see coming out of COVID and whatever. So as Chris Abbo explained, they would own the sites as a franchisee, so they would actually be operating them. So I don't expect that to change at all. All we wanted to try to make sure that people have more information based on it. They get in an environment where they're not in a public hearing, even though it's correct. We're not required to meet with them. We always have a practice of trying to do that. We met with the associations with Mr. Goulet and through these processes in the past. And obviously a lot of these folks weren't present in that process.
But you don't envision anything changing in your forecast based upon any meetings you have with anybody?
We have, you're right. To the extent that we've heard their concerns and we've maximized what we can to move the hotels away from those areas and keep them and minimize the impact on residents. This is what I believe is our best case scenario. We've pressed it to the limit on all those elements. Yes.
Right. So I would just rather soon take a vote on it tonight and move things along.
All right. Commissioner Foster.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Brian, and to the petitioners for your patience tonight. I know that that was a lot. I have a number of concerns about this project, but I do want to say to Mr. Ament, I thank you for your offer to table this proposal tonight and to have conversations with the residents. I've seen previously with developments that taking that time to have the conversation kind of eases some concerns and at least make sure that everyone has the correct information about the development and the process. So I am comfortable with tabling it tonight and reevaluating it in the future.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Acharya. Unmute, Chandru.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi. Yeah, I had a few concerns about the data that was presented today, particularly the Canton Township population chart seemed inaccurate. I don't know where the source of data is from, because when you show a chart like that, you also should specify where the data comes from. You know, what are the authentic sources? So just on the basis of the information provided and the significant concerns that the residents have, at this point of time, I'm in favor of tabling it and reevaluating it at a later date. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Zuber.
I just had a couple of questions about the data on the site plan. I saw that in the description that Patrick quoted, I'm sorry, I'm trying to find two different pieces of information in my packet here, that there would be a total of 229 rooms, with the residents in hotel having 111 and the Hilton Garden with 118. And on the site plan, we're seeing the Hilton Garden with 118 and the proposed residence in with 119. So that's 8 more than they're saying in the report, which would affect the parking. So there may be a typo there, I'm not sure, but we should probably get the answer to that. And the other thing is, I drive up and down Lily Road every day when I go to my office, and I would strongly suggest that we see what we can do to try to widen Lily a little bit farther north from this development if it were to go through, just because it gets really congested there at the corner, and it might be nice if we had a wider area where there was an additional right southbound lane.
Is that something we can address, or is that MDOT or Wayne County's problem? The widening Lily Road.
Wayne County has jurisdiction on Lily Road.
Is there any plan to do anything to Lily Road like there is at Haggerty as part of the Ford Road project?
I don't know the answer to that yet. I haven't seen the final designs from MDOT. In terms of the extent that they will plan to work on Haggerty, I have not heard the same extent over on Lily Road in terms of going north and south with any kind of boulevarding or any kind of widening. But that's just what I've heard. I haven't seen the final designs. To answer the previous question about the number of units on that color plan, I think that is a typo on that plan, because on sheet C2, the black and white, they show the split of 118 and 111, and the update of their traffic impact study of March 27, 2021, their updated site plan they show as 118 and 111. So they'll have to fix that typo on their revised plan.
I mean, with every project we review, traffic is an issue, and we know that we can do absolutely nothing with traffic. I mean, or we can continue to deny developers to come into Canton and force Wayne County and MDOT to do anything, but that's never going to work. There's no way to force Wayne County or MDOT to do anything.
Exactly. They're always behind the facts.
So if we want to tell whoever developers come in, hey, because of traffic, we can't approve your project, then we'll be at a standstill. So I don't really know how traffic can impact our decision.
I wasn't suggesting that. I was just suggesting that if it's possible for the petitioner to talk to somebody to look at widening Lily, that might be nice, but it isn't a necessity. And I agree that we can't force anything. We can't.
We can ask them to do it, but tabling stuff and I mean, I don't want to give any of the residents false hope that there is any way to think that the roads will be improved because of this project.
I don't think anyone is saying that. I mean, you're right. There's nothing we can do about the roads, but we can evaluate the use based on how much traffic it'll add. I mean, we discussed that with a certain restaurant that was going to come to town. I mean, one of the major considerations then about the traffic congestion it would cause.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I have to let you know, I've heard from my client, and the client has asked me not to ask for a tabling of this and would prefer that because obviously, as Craig has indicated, we have done what we can with this project to make it as what we believe is adaptable as best as possible for the residents, and including the traffic improvements with MDOT and Wayne County and whatever. So they've asked that there not be a vote to table, but the commission voted its desire on the project one way or the other tonight.
So you're withdrawing your offer?
I am. I have not. I apparently made an offer I was not authorized to make, so I'll be clear about that.
Okay. So. All right, Commissioner Singh, any thoughts on the project?
Yeah, I got a few concerns. A few which already Mr. Weber has addressed. The new study, I think, should be done on this based upon all the previous data being too old. I think Mr. Amin said that, and the owner or the franchisee also said that they are doing those studies, and probably they're going to do this for this project too. So I would like to see the result of those studies before we even vote on this. The second and main thing, which after hearing all these residents from this one particular community, is their privacy. I mean, it's a major issue. When you have a 4-story hotel in your backyard, 150 feet, the tree density, one of the residents was saying that during winter time, it's not enough. He can see cars on the Lily Road. So, and I really am concerned about their privacy. Hotel in the backyard, feasibility, whether there is a need or not, probably the way the hotels are popping up nowadays in different communities, that may come back as, yes, it is feasible and it is needed in Canton community. But if it is needed and if it is coming up, if this project is going through, I would request Mr. Amin to sit with these homeowners and assure them and figure out a way that it can stay as private as it is right now. These are my concerns, very, very valid concerns. I mean, if I'm living in that house, and that would be my concern too.
Okay, Commissioner Eggenberger.
Yes, thank you. I do appreciate all the people that came to speak. I'm sure as your first planning commission meeting, it was pretty interesting. And I just wanted to reiterate also what Doug had said. It is tricky when you buy property. You're not always told what the zoning is surrounding you, but it is something that we have to follow. We have to look and see what is the zoning, what are we allowed to do, and that's part of what our purview is. That being said, though, I'm not excited about a 4-story building here. It doesn't strike me as something that fits in this spot. It would be a modification that we would have to approve, and that's not something that I'm feeling comfortable would make sense to have in this spot. I understand that they might get a strip mall in there, but I was also hearing the petitioner saying a lot of them are currently living behind basement burger bar, which nobody seemed to be complaining about that. So perhaps if a strip mall went in this place, they wouldn't be concerned, but just a 4-story building in and of itself doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. So those are the concerns that I have.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Okan.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree with Nancy. I don't see this
benefiting the community at all, not in this location. It is a 24-hour business, sea of asphalt. I could see a lot of loud music in the parking lots and people having a great time celebrating something. And I just don't see that this is a good use for that area. I get it that it's commercial. I think what it's currently zoned would be a lot smaller type of developments than something like this. I don't want to see this tabled. I'd rather vote on it now, and I would not be supporting it.
Commissioner Foster.
Thank you. I was actually going to ask to speak again since we are not, it appears that we are not tabling this item. I do share Nancy and Alan's concern about the 4 stories of the property. I also, I wonder if there's anything more that could be done to put a barrier between the homes and the property to kind of block some of the view and block some of the experiences that the residents would have. And like I said earlier, I do see value in having conversations between the petitioner and the residents. And so I'm sad to see that offer has been withdrawn. I am not in favor of this at this time. And so if we will be voting tonight, I will be opposing this project.
All right, thank you very much. Myself, when I saw our packet tonight, or not tonight, but when I got it on Thursday, I looked at this project from a standpoint of the project itself. The building is nice. It's nicely laid out. Elevations are quite nice. I have some objections to certain aspects of the height. The biggest thing that I have is that this is just totally too tall, and it is the wrong location. And I say it's totally too tall because I used to live in that area, and I used to live near the Laird. It used to be the Laird farm, and I was far enough away, or close enough away, if you want to put it that way, that I could smell the animals and hear the animals. And I know that if I lived in that same location today and I looked at a 4-story building, I'd see that 4-story building. It would be like a wart on an otherwise smooth skin. It is the wrong location from the standpoint of use. I don't quite honestly understand why the Canton Hotel Group wants to put hotels so far away from the main thoroughfare of I-275. So I don't think it's good for them. I don't think it's definitely not good for Canton. The information in terms of surveys, I totally agree. It needs to be redone because COVID has changed everything about our lives. And the reasons for going out of town and using hotels and so on and so forth is going to vary. It's going to change. Businesses are not necessarily sending representatives everywhere. So there's going to be use, but we don't know where it's going to come from. I think that's too early to say that information supports having more hotels. One of the things that concerns me a lot is the lack of contact with residents. Now I know, again, the project sponsor is not obligated to do this, but we urge that, and I can say this to you, Brian. You know that you've been through these wars a lot. That you know that whole thing. But I would urge the township, Patrick. I really do think that we need to look at our ordinances as for communication in these special meetings, to communicate to neighborhood associations. I happen to know that almost, I think, every neighborhood in Canton has an association. So we need to be reaching out to association leaders. That was done on purpose, by the way, a long, long time ago to make associations a very viable part of Canton residency. Those are my reasons. There's a lot more reasons. I did not hear anything positive tonight in terms of this project. Not one thing to encourage me to support this project. So I am in denial. So where do we go from here, folks? It sounds like there's more for denial than even tabling.
Guess we need a motion. Are we ready for a decision?
Anybody want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion. I move that we deny the preliminary PDD approval for Canton Hotel Group on tax parcel 04399000400, 043990017, 000, and 043990029-000 on the grounds that it has not demonstrated that there is a definite benefit provided to the community for this project. And most notably, there has not been a proven need nor market demand for this project in this location or in the township at this time.
Or
Who supported that?
Alan.
Oh, okay, Alan. Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Weber and support by Commissioner Okan. Any further discussion on that motion? Commissioner Zuber, would you call the vote, please?
Yeah, I'm mute.
You're muted, Don.
Sorry, I'm getting very tired. Commissioner Acharya,
Yes.
Commissioner Eggenberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Engel,
No.
Commissioner Foster,
Yes.
Commissioner Okan,
Yes.
Commissioner Singh,
Yes.
Commissioner Weber,
Yes.
Commissioner Zuber, yes, and Chairman Green.
Yes. The proposal has been denied.
Thank you for your time tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you for coming with us, and thank you for the audience for participation.
Just for clarification, the Planning Commission's motion was a recommendation. That recommendation moves forward to the board.
But it was a recommendation for denial. Yes. Okay, our next agenda item, we have the Barbat organization, where we're considering a special land use and site plan for property located north of Ford Road between Haggerty and I-275. Patrick, could you give us more detail?
Yes. At the last Planning Commission meeting where this was reviewed on March 8th, the Planning Commission recommended approval of a special land use for a filling station with a fast food restaurant. Since that time, the plans have been revised to account for future right-of-way of Ford Road based on MDOT's proposed right-of-way plan for the Boulevard project at this location. This property is located at the northeast corner of Ford Road and Haggerty Road, and there's a current gas station and convenience store on the site. The proposal is to rebuild the gas station convenience store. As a result of the changed plans since March 8th, the plan of March 8th, MDOT has given its proposed right-of-way plan to the applicant. There was a question over some ownership along Ford Road of some property. That issue has since been resolved. MDOT does not appear to be making a claim for that ownership of that strip of property along Ford Road. But it was a 21-foot strip of property that we had some questions about at the March 8th Planning Commission meeting. But what MDOT has done is they have replied to the applicant in terms of the proposed impacts on Ford Road and what MDOT is designing and what their proposed future right-of-way is along that road. So MDOT followed up with the applicant and provided comments, and based on the proposed MDOT right-of-way, the applicant revised his site plan to fit the right-of-way. The proposed, as a result, the convenience store building has been pushed farther north. It's been narrowed, and the proposed drive-through lane has been removed. So there is not a drive-through proposed on the plan. There is an indoor fast food restaurant accessory to the building itself. The proposed gas station will have 12 pumps, which is the same number of pumps as the current station. The proposed convenience store and fast food building will be 4,200 square feet. Based on the schedule of regulations, the proposed building has a front yard setback of 25.2 feet from Haggerty Road, which is less than the minimum setback of 50 feet, which is required in the Central Business District overlay. Section 6.10D of the ordinance allows a front yard setback to be reduced upon recommendation by the Planning Commission that a reduced setback would meet a desirable site design objective. So for the proposed setback on Haggerty Road, it would not necessarily need a variance. It's a modification that the Planning Commission can make under the CBD overlay. So the request from the applicant along Haggerty Road is 25.2 feet for a front yard setback. The minimum side yard setback of 15 feet is required on the north side of the lot. The applicant's proposing 10 feet. The CBD does not allow the Planning Commission discretion on this one, so the Zoning Board of Appeals will have to consider a variance for that. And the ZBA will consider a variance at its June 10th, 2021 meeting for that proposed setback on the north side of the lot. The current lot size is less than 1 acre required for a gas station. The current lot size is 0.91 acres, but that's an existing nonconformity. The CBD overlay requires sites to have 25% open space, and the proposed plan will increase the open space from 15.7% to 26.7%. So there will be taken from a nonconformity to a conformity with the open space. The proposed building and canopy coverage of 21.3% exceeds the max building coverage of 10% of the ordinance. And this is one where the Zoning Board of Appeals is also considering a variance at its June 10th meeting. For development standards for auto filling and multi-use stations, the applicant proposes to comply with the standards. The development standard requires the building front yard setback of 85 feet, but the CBD supersedes that in terms of having lower setbacks. The gas canopy is detached from the principal building, and it's designed to be architecturally compatible with columns wrapped in brick. It has a short mansard roof structure on the perimeter, which we had recommended earlier in the process that they try to make the canopy a little bit more appealing. And I can share my screen here and bring it up on the screen here. And what we had asked for is just something with the canopy to make it look a little bit nicer, and we'll defer to the Planning Commission in terms of whether the mansard roof on the canopy is something that is desirable, or if something we should do away with for the reason that it's a flat roof on the building. So on that, we'll defer to the Planning Commission. The next is that the fast food restaurant has to be attached to the principal building for a multi-use station, and this one is. The next item is the traffic impact and access management. There are currently 3 points of access, 2 curb cuts in Haggerty, 1 on Ford Road, and there's no cross connection to adjacent sites. The proposed site plan will have 1 access at Ford, 1 at Haggerty, and a cross connection north to a common access drive. They'll have a proposed reciprocal easement agreement so that the gas station, as well as the hotels to the north, Tim Hortons and Bob Evans, can use that and use each other's access. That could relieve some of the traffic by dispersing it in other areas. The applicant has submitted a traffic impact study, and the township's traffic engineering consultant has replied to the study. He had recommended that if the redevelopment is completed before the boulevard is completed, that their recommendation is to make the Ford Road driveway a right turn in, right turn out only, and to make the driveways at Haggerty Road operate in the same manner. That would eliminate any kind of left-hand turn onto Haggerty Road from the driveway as well as Ford. It may result in some drivers turning right and traveling west until they find a driveway to turn around and return east, but it's an unavoidable temporary condition until the boulevard is completed, and that's from our traffic engineer's analysis. So as a result, the applicant proposes a no left turn sign at the exits at Ford Road and Haggerty Road, as well as stop signs and stop bars. There is not as much a concern with the boulevard being constructed. The major concern is that there is a anticipated detrimental effect on traffic operations if it's developed before the boulevard. So to mitigate that until the boulevard is done, the traffic engineer has recommended those measures. For the proposed parking, there are 37 spaces proposed, and there are 44 spaces required. So the applicant's requesting a modification to reduce 7 spaces. Based on auto filling stations, multi-use stations of similar size, as well as analysis from parking generation of the Institute of Transportation Engineers, we find that the average peak demand for similar size convenience store and gas station is less than 37 spaces. Therefore, we believe that the proposed 37 spaces are sufficient for the use. For the fuel unloading, there's a fuel loading area east of the canopy. The site plan proposes an 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. delivery window. The loading area illustrated is about 64 feet, and the loading space required in the ordinance is 50 feet. So it's longer than necessary. And sheet C4 of the ordinance illustrates a fuel truck length of just over 50 feet. So based on those dimensions, that fuel truck would fit in there and still allow cars pass through. The architecture of the building has at least 50% of the face brick. For the landscaping, screening and tree preservation, the landscape design is proposed to comply with zoning ordinance. There is a proposed modification to have the landscape buffer depth along Ford Road to be 20 feet, which is 5 less than the minimum depth of 25 feet. This will be a recurring issue along the corridor when the boulevard is being constructed. The applicants have applied for a variance from the front yard landscape buffer requirement to reduce from 25 to 20 feet. Next, sidewalks. There are sidewalks proposed along Ford and Haggerty, as well as a sidewalk from Haggerty Road to the building of the interior of the site. There's lighting throughout the site, as well as light fixtures on either side of each entrance. For the signage will be under the purview of the Building and Inspections Division, but there is a ground sign that's proposed. And then finally, for the dumpster enclosure illustrated on the plan on the northeast part of the site is designed to comply with the zoning ordinance. Finally, for the special land use standards, based on the standards in our review, we find that the proposed automobile filling and multi-use station meets the special land use criteria of section 27.03C of the zoning ordinance. Based on, I'll read some of the criteria, I won't read all of them. But the proposed use is compatible with adjacent non-residential land uses. The proposed use will be accessible to Ford Road and Haggerty Road, as well as an internal access drive to the north, subject to the reciprocal easement agreement, as well as Wayne County and MDOT approval of the site. If MDOT doesn't object to the proposed layout or otherwise cause the layout to change, then the proposed use would be compatible with proposed designs and accessibility of the adjacent areas. The proposed use will enhance the surrounding environment by increasing compliance with the zoning ordinance in many areas. Planning for MDOT's future right-of-way along Ford Road, creating new access to the north, and closing one curb cut at Haggerty Road. The proposed use is not expected to unreasonably interfere with or discourage the appropriate development and use of adjacent land or buildings. The land use will not be adjacent to or surrounding a residential land use. So those are our conclusions in terms of most of the major special land use criteria. that concludes our report, and our recommendation is approval of the special land use and the site plan, subject to approval of variances by the Zoning Board of Appeals and approval of proposed access easement to the north, and approval by all state, county, and municipal agencies.
Thank you, Patrick. Let us go to the commission. Commissioner Weber, any thoughts on this? Unmute, Doug. Uh-oh.
There we go. Sorry about that. I don't have huge problems. I'd really like to see this corner get cleaned up. My understanding is the drawing on here accurate, and that this is going to be a Shell station now, Patrick?
That's what it's drawn up as. I don't have an official name on who the.
Not that it matters. My biggest concern is the access in and out. Just worried about the crossing from, like, if someone makes a left turn onto Ford Road out of that entrance, and vice versa on Haggerty. I would definitely want to make sure that they get that reciprocal easement in place for the entry on the north side of the property. I think that would be key to offloading some of the entrance concerns. I know we talked a lot about having no left turn signs and all that sort of thing at the last time we reviewed this. I don't, unless the Canton police are going to sit there and enforce that 24/7, which we know they're not. I don't know how heavily enforced that'll be. The only alternative I thought of was I see some entrances, I think they have it at IKEA, where they have those little islands that kind of force you to turn. You can go in, but you can't go out one way, or and that sort of thing. But I kind of think this needs to happen. So I guess I don't have any real major objection to this development.
All right, Commissioner Engel.
Fine with the project as it is, thanks.
All right, Commissioner Zuber.
Yeah, I have a couple of concerns. One is I'm still not crazy about the mansard roof at the pump canopy. The gray Timberline GAF shingles are not particularly pretty. And I just don't know that there's a need for the mansard part of that roof. And then I also would like to think of the building as more of a 3D entity instead of just a facade on Ford and Haggerty. I think that if we're going to have an agreement, reciprocal agreement with the neighbor to the north, it would be nice if the building didn't look like the back end of a building to the north and also to the east. It would be nice if those were a little bit more in keeping with what the front, quote unquote, front on Ford Road would look like.
Commissioner Zuber, can I ask you something?
Sure.
As an architect, okay, so you know that the mansard roof gives it that kind of more homey type of an appearance, which may not be appropriate for Ford Road since there's obviously no homes there, but it does soften the appearance of that canopy. What you're saying is that you would prefer like just a plain facing for that?
Personally, yes. I think that it looks kind of hokey personally, but that's my opinion as an architect, not.
Okay. All right, and I'd be in agreement with you on the was it the north and the east? Is it the east side?
Mm-hmm.
They need to do something to make that. I know that that's the non-business side. We all know that, but it doesn't have to look like an alley side. You know what I'm saying? I would like to see if we approve this, I would like to see them work with staff and make this part of the project. Work with staff on making that a little bit more interesting, because it's going to be seen, it's going to be viewed, and we don't have to be like every other community that just lets a plain brick wall go. Myself, that's just me. Commissioner Acharya, do you Did I ask?
Oh.
I didn't call on you yet, did I?
Yeah, I think I'm okay with the project. No concerns. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Eggenberger.
I am also fine with this. I did not like the plan before, so I am thrilled to see the changes. I didn't like the drive-through part, so I think this is going to be a lot better.
Commissioner Foster.
Yes, I agree with Commissioner Eggenberger. I appreciate the updates to the plan. I also did not like the drive-through before, so I am happy with this moving forward.
Commissioner Oken.
Yep, I agree. Glad that the drive-through is gone. It's just a carry out. Much improvements, and hopefully maybe one of these days we can get a charging station at some of these gas stations. So, but I'm good.
All right, Commissioner Singh.
Yes, no issues at all. The only issue was the left turn on Ford Road, but I think with Ford Boulevard that will be taken care of soon. So I'm okay with the project.
All right. Let's see. Who didn't I call on? Oh, myself. Commissioner Weber. I called on you first, right? Okay.
Yes. Yep.
All right. The only questions I have has to do with the parking. I mean, it may not be a big issue, but the loss of 7 parking spaces in a situation where they are landlocked. Does anybody see a problem with that in the future where, I don't know, for whatever reason, all of those spots would be filled and people have no place to park, yet they're going to come in and they're going to, try to park in some weird location near the site? Is that not a concern? I guess not.
Well, what
Yeah.
What is the restaurant going to be, Patrick? Do we know?
We don't know what the franchisee or what the restaurant will be.
Okay. I mean, I understand your concern, Mr. Chairman.
It may not be a legitimate concern, because a lot of times I believe those parking requirements that we have on the books might be overkill.
Mm-hmm.
So when you lose 7, it may not be a big deal in a situation where people are coming and going this quickly. So I'm actually more concerned. I'm actually more concerned with the flow, and it really is not a concern of mine as it might be of theirs. I don't see anybody going up to the corner to turn right and go into the other facilities to the north of them. I see them using that that driveway to go straight through to the north. I don't see them turning on Haggerty at all. That may not be a problem, but I'm just saying that might be an unintended consequence of a design like this. People are just going to drive right through their site to go to the other locations to the north of them.
Mm-hmm.
May not be a big deal. Otherwise, it's a good project. I want it, like you, Commissioner Weber, I want to see it cleaned up. I want to see that as a nice area for people coming off of 275 and seeing Canton for the first time. Hopefully they would take care of it.
Mr. Chair, I put up an aerial of the area just to illustrate where the hand cursor is. There's an existing access that goes northward from Ford into the hotels,
Right.
the Tim Hortons, the Bob
Okay.
Evans. So I'm hopeful that those that are coming westbound will continue to use that.
We'll use that. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, like I said, it's not one of those things that I would lose sleep over. It's just that if I was running that facility, I might have some concerns if too many people were just driving through like that. But so any other comments? Otherwise, let's entertain a motion. Come on, folks, we got work to do.
I'll make the motion.
All right, Don.
That was Doug.
No, I
saw her comment. I saw. I move to recommend approval of special land use for an automobile filling / multi-use station on parcel number 71047990006001 at 41-350 Ford Road, subject to approval of variances by the zoning board of appeals and approval of the proposed access easement to the north. And further, I move to recommend approval of the site plan for an automobile filling / multi-use station on parcel number 71-047-99-0006-001 at 41-350 Ford Road, including a modification to reduce the required front yard setback of the building to 25.2 feet from Haggerty Road pursuant to section 6.10D footnote E of the zoning ordinance, subject to approval of variances by the zoning board of appeals, approval of the proposed access easement to the north, and approval by all state, county, and municipal agencies. I'm like Don, I'm done making motions tonight.
Support.
All right, who supported that? Was that you, Nancy?
Yep.
All right, we got a motion on the floor by Commissioner Weber and support by Commissioner Eggenberger. Commissioner Zuber, I hate to trouble you. Would you call the vote, please?
I just have one question. If we want to remove the mansard roof, I know there was some discussion about that.
I think I was the only one who had any concerns about it, apparently.
I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I'm fine with it.
I hate it, but it's just my architectural background.
Do you hate mansard roofs in general, or is it just in that particular instance?
I'm not crazy about them in general, but in this particular instance, I think it's unnecessary fluff on top of a perfectly good flat roof structure. But
yeah, and we're not putting it on the building either.
No,
right?
it totally doesn't go.
So there's no continuity in terms of that design. You could make a good case for leaving that off.
I
don't have any strong feelings. I don't have any strong feelings if the
I really don't either. I mean, I'm good with it either way.
Right.
I'm okay.
What's that?
I'm okay with it.
You're okay with it? All right, I guess we leave it in. We didn't have enough objection.
This was something that during the staff review we had asked for some designs to make the canopy look a little bit better, and this is what they came up with. So some of it was a staff suggestion. Do you want to leave it up to the applicant whether they keep it or not?
Well, let me ask you this question. This might have something to do with it too, because I hate to see the fire fighting equipment sticking out from above a plain canopy. Does this hide the firefighting equipment? You know, that
Probably
automatic
not.
stuff?
Oh, I don't know. I'd probably not.
Okay.
Anything above it would have to be, I think, concealed because it's mechanical equipment.
Well, I don't know. I've seen gas stations with it kind of peering out over the top of it, but yeah, I would leave it in their hands. I'd be okay with that. Does everybody else feel that way? Just let it be the project sponsor's decision?
Well,
That's good.
And leave it up to work with staff.
Yeah, leave it work with staff.
Do I need to amend my motion?
I believe you do, to give them the option and work with staff.
Can I read the whole thing again?
No. Please.
I'll amend my motion to not require the mansard roof on the canopy and to leave it to the discretion of the applicant in working with planning staff to come up with a suitable solution.
All right. Are you okay with that, Commissioner Eggenberg?
Yes, I support that also.
Okay. All right. Now, Commissioner Zuber, will you call the vote, please?
Sure. Commissioner Acharya?
Yes.
Commissioner Eggenberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Engel? Commissioner Engel?
I'm sorry, yes.
Commissioner Foster?
Yes.
Commissioner Okan?
Yes.
Commissioner Singh?
Yes.
Commissioner Weber?
Yes.
Commissioner Zuber, no. And Chairman Green?
Yes. Okay. That motion carries forward. All right, so fourth project. I can't believe we've only gone through three. Fourth project tonight for us to consider is aerial assets. where we're considering developer instigated revisions, architectural modifications for property located east of Lilly and north of Warren. Patrick, could you give us more detail?
Sure. The applicant has proposed a modification to an industrial building. On August 5th, 2019, the Planning Commission recommended approval of a special land use for an airport-related business for McMahon Helicopter at the subject location. And the Township Board approved the special land use on August 27th, 2019. Subsequently, there was a site plan prepared and approved on January 10th of 2020. Since that time, the owner has changed the designers of the project and revised the plans. The plan revisions themselves can be reviewed by staff because the changes are minor. However, one of the changes that is not minor that must be considered by the Planning Commission is a change to the architectural elevation. The building architecture section 26.06 of the ordinance requires that in an industrial district, the building has to have a maximum metal wall material 50%. And the proposed building will have 57% metal, 42% siding, 15% are metal doors. Then it's increased by the fact that they're hangar doors too. So there's a large amount of metal on the door. Also, the ordinance requires that the office portion of an industrial building includes 75% masonry, and the proposed office building, or the office portion of the building, has 64% masonry, with the remaining materials being metal siding and glazing. Section 26.06 footnote G of the ordinance allows the Planning Commission to approve modifications to the building material standards to achieve a specific architectural objective as demonstrated by the project sponsor. The architectural elevations are on sheet A3-01. And the architect has provided a letter describing the request. Our recommendation is that while compliance with the architectural standards is attainable for the overall metal on the building and masonry on the office portion of the building, the large hangar doors, which increase the metal percentage, are on the east side of the building, and additional masonry for the office portion would result in the loss of windows. If the proposed architectural elevations are acceptable to the Planning Commission, we would recommend approval of the architectural modifications pursuant to the zoning ordinance. That concludes our report, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Patrick. All right, let's start with Commissioner Singh.
No problems at all.
Commissioner Eggenberger?
Yeah, I don't have any problems with it.
Commissioner Weber?
I have no problems with this.
Commissioner Engel?
I'm fine with the project. Thank you.
Commissioner Acharya?
No problems.
Commissioner Foster?
I have no problems.
Commissioner Okan?
Good, thank you.
Commissioner Zuber?
Tired to speak.
I think everybody's just tired. All right, I have no problems with this as well. I just want a free helicopter ride. Anyway, but not right now. All right, do I hear a motion?
This one's short, I'll make it. I move to approve the request for architectural modifications to the proposed building and office portion of the building on parcel numbers as noted in the packet, as requested by the applicant on sheet A301.
The board.
All right, got a motion by Commissioner Zuber and support by Commissioner Acharya. Commissioner Zuber, would you call the vote, please?
Sure, Commissioner Acharya.
Yes.
Commissioner Eggenberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Engel.
Yes.
Commissioner Foster.
Yes.
Commissioner Okan.
Yes.
Commissioner Singh.
Yes.
Commissioner Weber.
Yes.
Commissioner Zuber, yes, and Chairman Green.
Yes. Okay, moving right along. Our next agenda item is Taco Bell, where we're considering developer instigated revision or exterior modifications to property located north of Michigan Avenue, east of Getty's and Canton Center. Patrick, could you give us more detail?
Yes, on Michigan Avenue, the Taco Bell's proposes exterior renovations to its restaurant and site, including removal of the cupola over the KFC entrance. According to the applicants, KFC is being removed from this location and Taco Bell will occupy the entire building, which is why there's the proposed architectural change to remove the cupola from the top of the building. And it'll just be a flat roof for the rest of the building. Because of the removal of the cupola, we felt that staff should refer this to the Planning Commission to determine the architectural modification. Staff recommends approval because it would be consistent with the Taco Bell building and the Taco Bell use. We just have a few recommendations in terms of replacing some directional signage on the site as opposed to removing all of it, and that's something we can work with the applicants on. We recommend the site comply with the approved 2006 landscape plan and that all the lighting on the site comply with the ordinance. That concludes our staff report for this one.
Okay, thank you very much, Patrick. Commissioner Weber, any thoughts?
No, I'm good with these changes.
Commissioner Engel?
I support the changes. Thank you.
Commissioner Acharya?
I support changes.
Commissioner Eggenberger?
Yeah, I'm fine with the changes.
Commissioner Foster?
I'm good.
Commissioner Okan?
Good, thank you.
Commissioner Zuber?
Anytime we are proposing getting rid of what could look like a mansard roof, I'm good with that.
Duly noted.
Wow, I guess we know what Dawn's feeling is about mansard roofs now.
They look great in Paris, but
Commissioner Singh?
I'm good with the changes.
As so am I. Do I hear a motion?
I move to approve the site plan for Taco Bell on tax parcel as noted, subject to the following conditions. Directional signage on the site shall be replaced rather than removed as recommended by staff. The site shall comply with the approved 2006 landscape plan and changes must comply with the zoning ordinance. All lighting on the site shall comply with section 2.13 of the zoning ordinance.
Support.
Everyone supported that.
All right, we've got a motion by Commissioner Zuber and support by Commissioner Acharya. Commissioner Zuber, would you call the vote, please?
Sure. Commissioner Acharya?
Yes.
Commissioner Eggenberger?
Yes.
Commissioner Engel?
Yes.
Commissioner Foster?
Yes.
Commissioner Okan?
Yes.
Commissioner Singh?
Yes.
Commissioner Weber?
Yes.
Commissioner Zuber, yes, and Chairman Green.
That's a yes from me also. All right. Finally, the Cherry Hill Preserve condominiums, where we're considering a site plan decision for property located north of Cherry Hill between Lots Road and John Hicks Road, right next to Frank's Firewood. Patrick, could you give us some detail on that?
Sure. The project sponsor proposes to construct 12 two-unit attached residential buildings on the site, which is zoned R4. R4 allows two-unit attached residences via special land use. The Planning Commission recommended approval of the special land use on December 7th of 2020, and the Township Board approved the special land use on January 12th, 2021. The proposed site plan that is before you this evening is consistent with the special land use plan. Let me just bring up a conceptual layout of it. The site is zoned R4, single family residential, and it's on 7.71 acres. The site meets the requirements for the setback from Cherry Hill, as well as the 20-foot setback from the internal roads. The minimum rear yard setbacks are maintained at 35 feet. Side yard setbacks are maintained at 10 feet, as well as the building separation distances. The minimum floor area is 1,300 square feet. The max building length is under 100 feet. It meets the height requirements as well. Last year, November 12th, 2020, the site got variances for wetland setbacks of encroachments into the 25-foot required wetland setbacks. There are about 3/4 of the existing trees will be preserved, and the applicant proposes to mitigate remove trees in accordance with Article 5A of the zoning ordinance. The site will have internal sidewalks on both sides, 4 feet in width, pursuant to the requirements of the zoning ordinance for 2-unit attached buildings. The parking standards will be met of having 2-car garages as well as driveways to park cars. The road is also 27 feet wide, so there will be on-street parking on one side. The architecture of the buildings will be 50% masonry. They have required offsets on the front and the rear. The lighting will meet the zoning ordinance. It'll have 2 12-foot high decorative lights at the entrance. There will also be a monument sign at the front, which will be required to be reviewed by Building and Inspection Services. And finally, the master deed and bylaws are included, and there are only minor modifications that are required for conceptual references as well as references to the approved site plan and zoning ordinance. So with that, because it's consistent with the special land use plan, our recommendation is to approve the Cherry Hill Preserve site plan, subject to any necessary revisions to the landscape plan, master deed, and bylaws to comply with the zoning ordinance.
Thank you, Patrick. Okay. I'm going to start with Commissioner Weber.
I don't have any issues with the site plan. I think it looks nice. I guess my only question I have, and this is more curiosity than anything else, when would this be proposed to be into construction?
That would be a question for the applicant. And I'll ask him to talk. Mr. Bruce Michael is in the audience. And Bruce, can you speak up a little bit?
Yes, can you hear me?
Barely.
How about that? Is that better?
A little bit, yeah.
Yep.
So we would start as soon as we'd obtain all of our final approvals in engineering and permits. We've already received the wetland fill permit from Eagle. So that would probably be the longest lead time item. We'd hope to start this fall if we could.
Thank you. I don't have any other questions, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Commissioner Engel.
I'm all set. I think it looks good.
Commissioner Acharya.
No questions. All good. Thank you.
Commissioner Eggenberger.
I don't have any questions except for Dawn, actually. Dawn, from an architectural viewpoint, is there any way to make the roof less just a big roof? I don't know, a dormer. I don't even know why throwing that term out. But
that was my first impression too. It's a lot of roof.
There's a lot of roof. I mean, it's I can't disagree with you. I don't know that there's anything easy to do besides changing the floor plans, which are pretty basic as they are.
Yeah. Right.
Do you see perhaps a like a fake dormer right over the middle section there somehow?
Something over the front porch would probably be nice if you're looking at the front elevation rather than the front than the rendering.
I don't know that you do it on both units. I'm looking at the rendering right now, which I think is probably exaggerated. In its view, if you look at the straight on drawing, it doesn't look as bad, but it still kind of needs something, right in that center part. And I'm thinking, okay, what if you were to put something else with a peak in there in that center part? But then I'm thinking, okay, if you do it on one, do you have to do it on the other one in the same location? Because they're basically kind of identical.
Yeah. I mean, I think that putting something over the porches would help. I think that putting a dormer over the porches would help. You didn't
little fake
dormer, but boy, the back elevations. It's a shame that the bathrooms are in the back and that they don't want to put windows in the bathrooms.
Well, the only thing I'm thinking there, I looked at that and I thought, yeah, but they're probably going to each have decks back there, you know, and we don't know what the deck configuration is, so it changes what that looks like back there if they've got a deck.
Well, there's optional patio shown on the plan, and it doesn't go behind the bathrooms. But anyway, that's.
Well, yeah, I think a lot of people like decks, but and they show the, you know, obviously there's a height thing. You'd have to either put stairs down to the ground level. I don't know. I'm not as concerned about the rear as I am with the front. Do you think it needs like a little fake dormer on above the porch?
Mm-hmm.
All right, you've heard it first, folks, from the architect. I would agree with that. Is that something we can get in the motion there, Patrick?
Yeah, as long as it's specific. In working with the applicant on this, there are a number of different unit models and options that come with the base model. So anything that can kind of specify the requirement will help.
Okay, so that's that can be a work with staff measure that we can put in. I hate to put it on you like that, but I mean, without sitting down and having Dawn actually draw it out,
which I'm not being paid to do. So, I mean,
if I might add something,
you're so mercenary.
Anyway, beyond that, I am fine with this. And
okay, yeah, I'm fine with it. Fine with it too. I like the idea of the cultured stone veneer, as opposed to the brick. It's a little change of pace. But I do think that can we add that to the motion then, the little fake dormer somewhere over the porch?
Maybe not such a small one, anyway.
Really? Well, that's a work with staff type of thing. Don, could you maybe staff can get in touch with Don for preliminaries if they present them.
Okay, so are we looking for dormers over the front porches?
Yes.
Okay, all right. We can work with that, definitely.
Okay. All right, let's not beat that dead horse. Do we have a motion yet? We don't have one yet. Okay, so we need to have a motion to include that.
I move to recommend approval of the Cherry Hill Preserve site plan for 12 2-unit attached residential buildings on the said parcels, subject to any necessary revisions to the landscape plan, master deed, and bylaws to comply with the zoning ordinance, and subject to adding some dormers over the front porches.
Support.
All right, we've got a motion by Commissioner Zuber and support by Commissioner Acharya. I have one question for the project sponsor. Bruce, are you still there?
Yes. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I have one quick question. Okay, so there are 24 families that are going to live on this one street, and you can only park on one side. What happens if a couple of units have a big party? Where are people going to park if they can only park on that one side?
Well, every single unit has 2 parking spaces inside of a garage and then 2 more spaces that will be in the driveway. So we have essentially 4 spaces per unit that are available, and then we have some parking that would happen on one side of the street. So I think that's going to accommodate most of what we're looking for.
All right, because I know there's no parking on Cherry Hill, right?
No, we certainly wouldn't expect anybody to park out there.
No, okay. I don't know. That was a concern. Okay, no, it's a good project. We have, okay, I've already said this. We got a motion by Commissioner Zuber and support by Commissioner Acharya. Commissioner Zuber, would you call the vote on that, please?
Only if this is the last time I have to call a vote tonight.
You might have to call one to adjourn.
Oh,
Last time today. Yeah.
Commissioner Acharya,
Yes.
Commissioner Eggenberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Engel,
Yes.
Oh,
Commissioner,
he is awake.
No, I just had it on mute.
Commissioner Foster,
Yes.
Commissioner Okan,
Yes.
Commissioner Singh,
Yes.
Commissioner Weber,
Yes.
Commissioner Zuber, yes, and Chairman Green.
Yes, this goes on to the trustees. Patrick, anything? Say no. Anything to add late? Hey, thank you everybody for hanging in there. This kind of reminds me of some of my early days on the commission where we were in the township till midnight.
The olden days.
Believe it, the olden days, yeah. Yeah, so
Yeah, this is like 2 hours past my bedtime. So
well, no, I do appreciate everybody's hanging in there, and given that they're all, it was a tough night, that second agenda item. So I appreciate it. Anyway, do I have your motion to? Yes, Commissioner Weber.
Hey, Patrick, has there been any word on what caused the fire at the barn?
Oh yeah, good question.
I have not heard anything official on that. The last time I heard anything official, there was still an investigation.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a disappointing thing.
It's a shame.
Very
It's
sad.
a big shame. Yeah, absolutely.
Thankfully, nobody was in there.
Yeah.
thank goodness.
All right. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So
We've got some staff referrals.
oh,
I hate to be
you know
the
what?
one to
I'm
tell you.
sorry, I already moved to adjourn.
You know what? Hold on a second. All right. I'm afraid to give anything to staff because look what Patrick did to us tonight. Anyway, we have some referrals, a couple of them to give to staff. Do I hear a motion to do that, to give that to staff?
Support.
All right, we got a motion by Commissioner Zuber and support by Commissioner Foster. Commissioner Zuber, would you call the vote, please?
Commissioner Acharya,
Yes.
Commissioner Eggenberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Engel,
Yes.
Commissioner Foster,
Yes.
Commissioner Okan,
Yes.
Commissioner Singh,
Yes.
Commissioner Weber,
Yes.
Commissioner Zuber, yes, and Chairman Green.
And that's a yes. And then finally, we've got a public hearing for July 12th. Patrick, come on. 1, 2, 3, 4 public hearings. All right. So do I hear a motion to set that public hearing, July 12th?
So moved.
Second.
All right. Motion by Commissioner Zuber and support by Commissioner Weber. Commissioner Zuber, would you call the vote on this public hearing, setting public hearing for July 12th?
Commissioner Acharya,
Yes.
Commissioner Eggenberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Engel,
Yes.
Commissioner Foster,
Yes.
Commissioner Okan,
Yes.
Commissioner Singh,
Yes.
Commissioner Weber,
Yes.
Commissioner Zuber, yes, and Chairman Green.
That's a yes. Woo!
I move to adjourn.
Support.
All right, we got a motion by, would you call the vote on that, please?
Commissioner Acharya,
Yes, and thank you.
Commissioner Eggenberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Engel,
Yes.
Commissioner Foster,
Absolutely, yes.
Commissioner Okan,
Yes.
Commissioner Singh,
Yes, and good night.
good night. Commissioner Weber,
Yes.
Commissioner Zuber, oh, I'm not sure. Oh, wait, yes. And Chairman Green.
That would be a yes from me. Thank you again and have a great night and enjoy the 11 o'clock news.